One of the things that bothers me about the discourse today is that too much of it is a discussion of people. We don't talk enough about ideas. And there too, we speak of people of the past as if they are caricatures, all good or all bad, not flesh and blood humans who contain multitudes. Jawaharlal Nehru is a classic example. In the discourse today, Nehru is either a visionary leader who made India secular and liberal, or he is a foolish autocrat whose bad decisions stopped India from coming out of poverty. Now, there is truth to both these pictures of Nehru, and there is nuance in everything that is true about him. He was a complicated man who lived through complicated times. And unlike most leaders of today, he loved diving into debates of ideas. Those debates matter because those ideas are still relevant today. And if we embrace the richness of those exchanges of ideas, we can make a little more sense of this world that we live in.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Verma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guests today are Tripurdaman Singh and Adeel Hussain, co-authors of a wonderful book called Nehru, The Debates That Defined India. This book focuses on 4 debates that Nehru had with Muhammad Iqbal, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, and Shyama Prasad Mukherjee. Each debate is about a subject that lives on today. With Iqbal, Nehru argued about the uneasy relationship between nationalism on the one hand and religion and tradition on the other, in particular Islam. In the course of this conversation, Iqbal, finding Nehru's argument somewhat naive, gives him a masterclass on his religion. Nehru's argument with Jinnah was about the communal question. Jinnah wanted the rights of minorities to be safeguarded because he was worried that in a Hindu-majority country, a Hindu Raj, as he called it, was inevitable. Nehru thought the communal problem was an elite problem, and the only thing they should focus on is how to solve the colonial problem, get the British out. In his brief debate with Sardar Patel, Nehru argues that China is India's friend and India should spurn America's friendship and be close to China. Patel took a realist foreign policy position and especially protested the way Nehru basically allowed China to take over Tibet. As for the debate with Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, well, we discussed it the last time Tripurdaman came on the show to talk about his wonderful book, 16 Stormy Days. In that book, Tripurdaman had laid out what led to India's ghastly First Amendment, which killed any possibility of free speech in India. My big TIL was that the courts had struck down our sedition law in 1950 because it was unconstitutional and Nehru wanted to use it against his political enemies, so he just went and changed the constitution. And he did this repeatedly over the years. Every time Nehru or his successors wanted to go against the constitution, they just amended it. So much so that B.R. Ambedkar himself said that given what had become of the constitution, he wanted to burn it. So this 4th section is of Nehru's debates with Mukherjee, when Nehru is arguing that we should not take our fundamental rights seriously as they are a Western import. And Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, the founder of the Jan Sangh, is making an eloquent defense of liberal values. Now, the best part of Tripurdaman and Adeel's book is the structure. For each of these 4 sections, they write an introductory essay, and then they let Nehru, Iqbal, Jinnah, Patel and Mukherjee speak for themselves. You will gain added admiration for all these men when you read their own words. And I recommend you buy the book and do so. Instead of going by what others say about these people, read their own words for themselves. And of course, I disagree with Nehru's illiberal stance on free speech, and he also messed up on China, as he himself realized painfully after the India-China War of 1962. He was wrong on economics also, though this book doesn't go there. But what is important is that Nehru entered the discourse, engaged with his opponents, and cared about ideas. There is so much for us to learn from that. I find that whole period of our intellectual history so fascinating, and I loved this conversation with these 2 wonderful scholars. Before we get to it though, let's take a quick commercial break. Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've enjoyed teaching 19 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing, and an online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much much interaction, and a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs rupees 10,000 plus GST, or about $150, and registration is now open for my February 2020 cohort. Classes start on Saturday, February 5th. So if you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clear-writing. That's indiauncut.com/clear-writing. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just a willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Adeel and Tripurdaman, welcome to the Scene and the Unseen.
Thank you very much for inviting us, Amit. It's an absolute pleasure and an absolute honor, as always.
I've recorded with you before, Tripurdaman, but that was really back in the day where episodes weren't 19 hours long and we didn't spend 5 hours talking about somebody's childhood. So we didn't really talk much about the early part of your journey, which I'm going to get into. But I'll start with Adeel, since you're sort of new to the show, and your background and, the kind of academic background you came from before you came to this book is also really fascinating to me. You were born in Sialkot in Pakistan, of course, but tell me a little bit about your childhood. What were your growing up years like? Did you have books around you? What were your early interests and your early conception of what you could go on to, do in your life?
Wow. Hello, Amit, now that we are recording. So I don't remember reading much when I was in Pakistan, which mainly had to do that I was really into sports. And that's something that continued stretching forward all the way to I think until I was 15. I really decided that maybe I should pick up books and, take this entire academic exercise more seriously. Before then, it was really all the sports that I could play, from cricket to soccer to basketball. But growing up in Pakistan, particularly in the late 80s, it was a strange time, because it was a time where there was a lot of political instability, where violence was first emerging in the public sphere on a scale that we later saw in the 2000s. And then this stood in stark contrast to the 90s, when my family moved to Germany. And I got to see what was then considered the success of liberal democracy. So this is a Germany in the 90s that had just reunited with the GDR. And here you have liberal democracies being able to manage and absorb the collapse of the Soviet Union, and do this in such a way that the idea of the social welfare state was not threatened in the same way as it was, for instance, in the UK, which didn't have to absorb any other part of the Soviet Union, of course, but where reforms were going into that neoliberal direction, that things were being cut. So Germany pulled off this trick, and it was a very exciting time to be a child there. Enjoyed that greatly. I mostly went to schools that were influenced by the philosophy and the teachings of Ignacio de Loyola, who's a Jesuit, and my schools were mainly Jesuit. Growing up, I remember that there was a stark inclination for us to perform well in the ancient languages that were no longer spoken. So Latin was big, Greek was big, English not so much. I remember the first English lesson that I had was given by a Catholic monk, who told us that the great thing about the English literature, or English literature in general, is that you can just read summaries and you don't need to read the actual works, because it's a language that lends itself to compression. And it took me some years to find out that there's actually great English writing out there. In terms of early influences, and I'm just focusing on the English ones, because I do think that most of your listeners would probably want to maybe look up one thing or the other. Where at that time, mainly travel writings. And I think really travel writing got me into reading in general, because travel writing opened up this entirely new dimension, or this window into a new world where somebody was trying to describe something to you. And mainly doing that in an enthusiastic manner. So I was amazed about the sort of magic that people experienced There is a German writer called Karl May who wrote a series of books that were hugely popular in the late 19th century, mainly his travel writings, and they were all invented. He never left his village, but he wrote about, how he encountered the Native Americans in what is today the United States and other places. And, those really influenced my early reading habits. Later, like after school, I went to do civilian service, which is a mandatory year that you have to spend either in the military or you have to do the civilian alternative. It no longer exists because they've gotten rid of it 3 years ago. So now, when you're a German citizen and you're 18 and male, you no longer have to either go into the army or do civilian service. I did civilian service in a hospice, so I was mainly working with people who were terminally ill and who could no longer be saved through the conventional wisdoms of medicine. And we were helping them trying to live the last chapter of their lives with as much dignity as possible. After that, I studied law, which you've probably seen. Studying law in Germany is an adventure in itself because they haven't really reformed much of the curriculum from the 19th century, which means that the curriculum is still from a time when university disciplines weren't fully formed. So this is before the emergence of history as a discipline, political science as a discipline. And what you get to do when you study law is spend 5 years studying everything a little bit. So you have politics, which is state law, where you learn about the mechanics of the state. You have legal history, which has always been big in Germany, particularly the history of Roman law. You have law and society, so courses that try to go deeper into the ways in which the interaction between the making of rules and societies relate. And it all ends with a truly 19th century thing, which is a big examination, which is the only thing that counts in terms of grades, and everything else is disregarded. And in a conventional German fashion, half of the people who write this exam fail. And they usually take it at the age of 25, 26, which means that after you fail, you don't really have a degree apart from your high school diploma. All of that has now been changed. So I think 5 years ago, there was like a moderate reform, which said that after studying law at a German faculty for 3 years, they will just give you a bachelor's degree. So it just, for the outside world, it looks like you're not falling back on nothing in case you fail the state exam. After the state exam, I was lucky to win a scholarship that allowed me to study more or less whatever I wanted within the European Union. And that really got me to Cambridge. And since I could study whatever I want, I thought like, hey, I'm interested in Indian history. So I studied Indian history. It was an exciting time at Cambridge, not only because I got to meet Tripurdaman, who's the co-author of this book, but also because in Cambridge there was a merger happening of two things. One was Cambridge had always been big in imperial history, so they've always been big on the British colonies, and part of that is, of course, the colonial legacy. And it was called, I don't know, the chairs of imperial history, and you had old returning civil servants, expounding wisdoms to the new ones who want to branch out into the colonies. But it had undergone a conceptual shift towards studying the continent, not from a perspective of governance, so how can we from Britain govern India well, to a perspective of what actually happened on the ground. And there were many people who were doing world history in that fashion, foremost Sir Christopher Bailey, who's written a number of books in this regard. And the other tradition in Cambridge that was always big and that attracted me was intellectual history. That is the history of political thought. And Cambridge has always been doing that because they early on had like the modesty of saying that the only thing that we can really know is not to answer the huge philosophical questions that life offers us, but like the smaller ones, and trying to understand why people thought in a certain manner. And coming to the discipline as a lawyer was, of course, something that helped me in that, because part of the civil law tradition has always been to understand what the legislator meant when he created that rule. So legal methodology, say, in the case law system is mainly precedent. So you try to understand a ruling that has been passed down by a judge. In the civil law tradition, it has always been more intellectually challenging in the sense that you always try to get into the head of the legislator. So something that you see in the originalism debates around the Constitution in the US. So for me, trying to figure out what people were thinking at the time and elucidating that for the present has always been something that I found exciting. And that was happening within intellectual history. Now, at the time that I was at Cambridge, these two disciplines were trying to meet. And they were trying to meet through to a number of people who were doing research in both regards. The foremost one, of course, is my supervisor, Shruti Kapila, who's recently published a book, Violent Fraternity, that really encapsulates possibly the decade that I've spent at Cambridge, because it sort of summarizes many of the graduate students that were coming, not summarizes, but that in a way foreshadows the work of many of the graduate students that were being trained at that time. And Cambridge at that time was also unusual because there were so many of us. There were so many PhD students who were working on Indian history, and I don't think that's ever been repeated, either in the decades before or after. But that was just like I don't know, like a incident of luck. So Cambridge was very enlightening in that sense.
Yeah, and that's a very lucid summary, and I wouldn't want to compress it even a little bit, even though you spoke in English. That little anecdote reminded me of there was this recent thing that happened on Twitter where I happened to mention, how many books I read last year, and someone, without naming me per se, just started this whole thread on how this cult of reading is harming people, and people should not read; they should just experience things. And I remember one of the comments there was that I don't read books; I just read book summaries. But even if you read book summaries, you can just read one book summary a week. So how has this guy read so many books now? What can one even say to that? By the way, speaking of Shruti Kapila, I'll be recording with her next week. In fact, on Thursday, so exactly a week from now. So that'll be fun. I'm reading a book right now as well, and a big admirer of Christopher Bailey as well. So good opportunity to speak to you guys now. Before we get to Tripurdaman, I just want to double click on a couple of things, and one of them is you pointed out that one of the qualities of the law education that you got in Germany was that it was a very 19th century conception, in the sense that a bunch of other disciplines were mixed in terms of understanding the society, understanding history, the economy, all of those things. And do you feel that in a sense that was a feature and not a bug, just in terms of how one thinks about it? Because the people that I find to be the most interesting thinkers who bring insight on any one field are people who are really bringing interdisciplinary lenses. And you later said that, your legal lens, for example, helped you when you were looking at intellectual history and so on. So tell me a little bit about that. And is this something that you've consciously thought of? Is this something that when you look around you at academics and, maybe different departments somewhere, is it visible? Do these lenses make a difference?
I do think that these lenses make a difference. And particularly speaking of the sort of German legal tradition, I think trying to produce universalists has always been more... it is always more interesting to converse with a universalist than it is with an absolute narrow specialist. But within that universalism, there's also a type of parochialism that has sort of crept into it. And for Germany, that has always been the language issue. So German academia in general was very slow to adapt or adopt to the English language, which means that most German lawyers will still publish in German only. The concept of peer review hasn't really received widespread acceptance, in the sense that most people still think that when they reach the level of a full professor, their work should no longer be peer reviewed, but just printed as they write it. So there is a specific tradition that also leads to a disconnection from the global conversation. Now, if that is a good or bad thing, I can't really judge. It is a good thing in the sense that German lawyers are still speaking to each other in a way that you see no longer happening within the splintering of the English Academy, right? So there's many different strands that have now emerged. And, it's more about building up disciplinary boundaries than it is about developing like a fruitful conversation. So the good thing about German law is that everybody still can speak to each other, regardless if you're doing public law, if you're doing civil law or criminal law. So there's a conversation that is still taking place because everybody has undergone the same education. But at the same time, like, I do think that the question around the German language that many refuse to publish in any other language has led to the specific parochialism. And you also see that in other disciplines, like in sociology. So somebody like Jürgen Habermas, his works were only published in English, I think, 2 decades ago, even though in Germany they have existed for, I don't know, 4 or 5 decades. So in the sense, you still see that there's only a very slow shift to contributing to the sort of global debates. And now that we're living in a very, very globalized world, that is that can be slightly awkward.
And my other question to you before I get to Tripurdaman, and this actually comes from something that I've been thinking about a lot. How do we form our conceptions of the world? And when I look at the way that I look at India, obviously, you grow up having a particular idea of India in your head. And then as you sort of explore the world and explore the world of ideas, especially, you kind of, more and more nuance gets added on till you realize that the truth is deeply, deeply complicated beyond the simplistic notions you might have had of what a nation sort of is. What were your sort of ideas of Pakistan and, in a sense, India also growing up? I mean, I know you spent a substantial part of your life in Germany and outside Pakistan per se, but, what is that process like where to you, what did Pakistan mean? And, over time, how did that kind of change? Was it easy to, at some point, then get dispassionate about it? Like when you write about, India and Pakistan as a historian of ideas, you're not really, in a sense, at that point, writing about your country. You're writing about something that is abstract, that is up there. You're writing about it in the 30s and the 40s and all of that. Take me a little bit through that process of how the idea of Pakistan evolved for you personally.
I mean, going back chronologically, because that's what your question aimed at, I do think as a child we are just excited about any theory that is sort of presented to us that, sort of breaks down the world in very simple terms, and we can adopt it. And if there's some type of passion that we can develop through it, be it in some type of nationalism, etc., then, we are automatically drawn to it. And I do think particularly men are even more drawn to it than women, because it creates this sort of very tribal, a ritualistic almost experience that we can have together. I don't really believe that my desire of trying to understand Pakistan has very much changed, because the desire that I had to understand things deeper that were happening around me in Pakistan is still the same. So I do think it's basically curiosity. So for me, curiosity has always trumped a sense of tribal belonging, regardless of what that is. And that has, in a way, not really made me immune, because you can never be totally immune to sort of the society that you're sort of thrown into, as Heidegger would say. But essentially, it has helped me to make better sense of what was going on around me. And I do think that curiosity is still what is driving me in my attempt to understand what the ideological background was of the specific formation of ideas, from separatism to liberal internationalism and constitutionalism in its different forms.
Yeah, so let's move on now to Tripurdaman. We discussed very briefly, I think, your kind of academic background and so on, but tell me a bit about your childhood. Where did you grow up? What was that like? And if you were to sort of answer the same question from a point of view of India, how you look at India differently as the years go on, and obviously your engagement with the past becomes even more real in modern times, because as you've pointed out in your book, all of those debates are being relived all over again, and the past is still so alive.
Yeah, I mean, so I grew up. I grew up in Agra, and I also went to school here. So I lived here till the age of 18, and I went to a bit like Adeel. I went to a Catholic school, and this sort of engagement with Christianity and Christian ideas was very much a part of my school life. And I, always found history interesting. And so I read a lot, both in school and outside. And, curiosity, of course, there's only really one way to deal with it, which is to kind of give in. So I read a lot. And I also was very interested in politics. Now, partly that had to do with the fact that my father was a politician. So it was very much not something that you read about in the newspapers. It was something that, was, a big part of our lives. It was a part of dinner table conversations. And so and now when I look back, it's actually a very interesting way of growing up because it gives you a kind of behind the scenes insight into so many things that people write about or talk about. And I always saw a bit of a disconnect as to how things, what was really going on, and how it was, for example, being written about in newspapers or commented on TV. And so for me, that sort of disconnect has been very, very crucial to, I guess, a lot of my intellectual habits as well. Because for me, the subjects that really draw me in is where I feel that there is a sense of disconnect between how people are talking about it or perceiving it, and what really I feel like what was really going on. So that's something I think that's fed into picking up the subjects that I do pick up, because in a lot of them, that's where my sense of curiosity or interest in it really comes in. Yeah. So then after school, I went to university in Britain. I studied politics and international relations as an undergraduate degree. Unlike Adeel, I wasn't initially drawn to political theory and philosophy, mainly because I often found it a bit too abstract. But international relations, and politics, that sort of thing, really it really got me interested. And mainly it was a steep uphill learning curve, doing a degree in those subjects, because I found myself quite unprepared. I had very little experience writing essays. I hadn't really studied those subjects before. And so for me, there was, and plus there was a sense of, obvious cultural dislocation having moved home. And so for me, that was a very formative experience. And I remember writing my first essay. I don't even remember what it was about, but I remember getting a grade, and I got, a first. And there was such a, thrill to being able to produce a well-argued and well-structured piece of writing. I realized that actually, this is interesting, this is fun, and it really, in a way, scratches an itch. The ability to kind of think about and read about what you're really interested in, and then to be able to argue about what you think, and to be able to, even if you don't convince the person you're who's grading it or who's looking at it, but who appreciates just how you've done it. That was a thrill. And like Adeel, once you're exposed to the world of theory, once you have the explanatory power of theories and ideas at your disposal, it's a bit like a light going off in your brain. You suddenly see, okay, I can explain the world in this way, or I can understand it in that way. And once a lot of those things somehow accumulated in my head, I started to go back to being much more interested in India. Concurrently, over those, along that time, I also had the chance to work into elections in India. So, that sort of interest and engagement with Indian politics, and the kind of what really sort of underpins the political debates and ideas in India kind of grew manifold. So I went to Cambridge, and there I did an MPhil in Modern South Asian Studies, which was the same as Adeel. And it was my first real substantial engagement with the world of Indian history and Indian politics. Of course, I'd had practical engagement with Indian politics courtesy my father, but this was the first real substantial intellectual engagement. And again, it was really interesting. I learned a lot. And as I learned, I also, the desire to learn a lot more kind of grew. And I had Christopher Bailey as my supervisor for my MPhil, and I was really interested in what I was writing about. I was at that point working on Rajput groups and the idea of sovereignty in 19th century India, and Chris suggested that I should maybe think about a PhD. I did, and that turned out to be probably one of the best decisions that I've taken, because it really now when I look back, it really gives you essentially 4 years of your life, 5 years of your life to think and write, and that's a luxury. That's an absolute luxury, and so as Adeel mentioned, that was also a particular time in Cambridge where these two sort of imperial history, the traditions of imperial history and intellectual history were really trying to come together, and it was a time of intellectual ferment. We met so many interesting people. There was a collection of people who there at that point in time, which you can't really replicate. So it made for a very exciting intellectual environment. There was Chris Bailey, there was Shruti Kapila, there was Joya Chatterjee, and then there was Shelja Fennell. And then, of course, there were a whole load of postdocs and graduate students who were there off and on for short spans of time. I remember Audrey Trushke was there for a bit, and our friend Ali Khan was there. And there was such an interesting group of people that you couldn't help but develop a very wide range of interests, even within your specialist field of South Asian history. So it was an intellectually very exciting time, and once having been through it, I realized actually A, there was a lot that I didn't know, and B, that it was something that I really enjoyed, and so that interest, that kind of, I still have that sense of enjoyment when I do research and when I do writing, and there still is, I still have that curiosity about wanting to know more, because A, as you mentioned, we see that the past is still alive in India in many ways, but also India supplies a kind of almost inexhaustible intellectual stimulation, because it's a country where so much is constantly going on. And for me, now that I've been in Britain for so long, people will talk about British politics, and I say, it's just really boring. And compared to India, it is, because India never reaches a level of, you can never say it's sterile. There's the past and the present kind of meld into one, and it's a sort of explosion of ideas that's constantly going on, and so it supplies there's an almost inexhaustible supply of intellectual stimulation. So I don't think my interest is ever going to run dry in that sense.
So here's something I'd love to ask you. This common question keeps getting raised that, hey, pre-independence, we had such great leaders, such giants and all that, and look at the politicians today and blah, blah, blah. And that's a continuous lament that happens. And I remember I'd written a column for Bloomberg Quint once about it from an economics point of view, where I said that you got to look at the incentives, that back when our freedom fighters kind of came up and they got into the business, there was no power at the end of it. They were animated by principles. So, the kind of people who are coming in are the kind of people who are animated by principles, and that's kind of what you get, and that's reflected in the debates, where the debates are about so much about ideas, of course tempered by practicality, as you've given various examples of within this book, but it's so kind of rich with ideas. Whereas my point was that given that we kind of took over the colonial apparatus of the coercive state from the British, and given that that's the kind of state we have, anyone who enters politics today is only motivated by the lust for power, and therefore that's the kind of person you will get. It's about incentives. And obviously it's slightly provocative, and as you're from a political family yourself, not at all meant as an insult to people who are in politics today. But I'm just wondering that you've had dinner table conversations about politics, you've kind of seen the world of politics intimately around you. You pointed out that it's very different from what our people imagine otherwise in the popular imagination. And at the same time, you've studied, for example, politics of the past. As you sit down at your family table as a young boy and the elders are talking politics, you might also be able to imagine, say, Jawaharlal Nehru sitting at the table with Motilal Nehru and all the others, and they are talking politics, right? And do you feel that there is a change in the discourse, in the general political discourse? Do you feel that, politics is animated today less by ideas and more by the imperatives of modern politics, which are electoral imperatives? You got to win elections, you got to get votes. How do you do that? I'm not passing judgment on either this or that. It's just the way the world has changed. So, what are sort of your thoughts on this?
No, that's completely true. So the first kind of reason that you gave, the fact that actually there was no power at the end of it, or there was no kind of presumption that there would be power at the end of it, made anti-colonial politics into a whole different game. And you can see what in the way people stack up. So at that point, what was considered a lucrative and attractive career was the civil service. And so people who were really smart, interested in having a lucrative career, or a kind of well-paid, stable career, would look at the civil service. That's where power was. That's where honor was. That's where you gained respect and stature, and crucially, a lot of very smart, very intelligent, also in some ways very patriotic people ended up going to the civil service, because that's where that's what gave them what they wanted. The people who ended up in the nationalist movement were often tended to be those who were not attracted by those things, because if they had been attracted by essentially by money, by power, etc., they would have gone into the civil service. So you do have the odd person like Bose who gives up a career in the civil service, and it's a big thing at that point in time to give up a career in the civil service and join the nationalist movement. But the vast majority were people who were either unsuccessful in that stream, or completely not interested in that in that side of things. So it did attract a broad spectrum of people who were motivated by a kind of overarching goal of achieving independence, and not really interested in pelf, honor, power, etc. Also, equally, there was no guarantee that, as you say, at the end of it, what would happen. Independence may come 10 years down the line, 20 years down the line, 30 years down the line, as it did for many of these people. As I think Nehru is the one who said, when questioned about partition and why they didn't fight harder, say something to the extent of, "We were tired old men." Basically, yes. But on the other hand, if we talk about it purely when thinking about intellectual standing, then I think the situation is not necessarily the idea that somehow there's been degradation, like a kind of bell curve like degradation, where we reached the peak and then we just all went downhill. I don't think that's true, because there are plenty of, as Shruti Kapila, for example, argues in her book, India was never really a world of ideas, where ideas were, there were very few political theorists of that kind who just wrote ideas down on paper. The thinkers were also the doers. And so to understand modern day India very much is to look at political action as a source of political ideas and political thought. And so if we were to accept that, I don't think you could legitimately argue that there's been a kind of straightforward degradation of intellectual standing, because there has been a lot going on, and there are a lot of ideas that are expressed, and I don't think they expressed any worse than what they were 70 years ago or 100 years ago. Unless maybe Adeel might want to jump in at this point.
Maybe just a little to add what Tripurdaman said. Every political generation has to answer the question of the time. Now, the question of the time that the founding fathers were trying to answer was one where there was universal agreement, and that is about independence. That is about self-governance. Now, that agreement stretched over the very narrow sort of South Asian intellectual clique, and that was widely respected around the world. So from the time of the Enlightenment, there was the idea that, legitimacy can no longer be derived from these sort of higher up motives that you can have, like be it from religion or from, any other strands. And it was generally agreed that it's sort of rationality that allows you to participate in any political setting. Now, racism could stem it only this much, right? The idea that, but some people are better than others and therefore should rule over others was a brief thing that most people had given up by the mid 20th century. When you had a problem in England, the best doctor was an Indian. You would go to that doctor. You would not say, oh, but, I have this sort of racist idea that white men are always going to be better, because you've seen enough white men botching up things. So therefore, you would go to the best who was recommended to you. And I do think that the complexity that modern political life sort of throws at politicians just makes their job a lot more difficult. The constant surveillance through mass media is just a completely different ballgame. So I'm not trying to play down the accomplishments of the founding fathers. They were great. But in a way, the main question that they were trying to answer was one where there was wide agreement, not universal agreement, but wide agreement. So it was clear that, they had it much easier to position themselves. Whereas now it's just a lot more complicated with the geopolitics that sort of plays into it.
Yeah, that's a great point. And also, as far as the question of the time was concerned back then, one, of course, there are these larger, more animating things that, everyone can kind of find common ground on. So for Nehru, it might be the independence of the nation. For Iqbal, it is that, but it is also about Islam and what's happening to it and community and so on. And there are all these sort of different ideas they can agree on. But I kind of suspect if you, go to an Amit Shah or anybody in any party, really, and ask them what is a question of the time for you, it'll be something like, how do I win the next election? It's just that the incentives have changed. And I understand that to a certain extent, politics is deeply complicated now and you can't play down the amount of skill that is required. But when I sort of look at the discourse around me, like I was reading, for example, just in the first section of your book where Nehru and Iqbal have that exchange. And my God, they write so well, especially Nehru, where he's writing from Almora jail and he's quoting Bertrand Russell from memory. And it's just such beautiful, fluid writing. I was chatting about it with a friend and I said, you have to read Nehru to remember what a fine writer he was. One may or may not agree with a lot of his ideas. I certainly have very mixed feelings about those, but such a fine writer. And my friend asked me, so, okay, who in modern times writes like that? And the thing is, I couldn't think of an Indian politician. I had to say, people like Pratap Bhanu Mehta, Ramchandra Guha, Suhas Palshikar, they are the kind of people, engaging with the world of ideas. But our politicians today are thinking about different things, kind of obsessed with different things. The nature of the discourse is completely different. And I'll move on to my next related question with that while reading these letters, one of the things that struck me, these letters that people are writing to each other, not just these columns by Nehru and Iqbal, but even the letters that say Nehru and Patel are writing to each other and so on. In all of these letters and in the correspondences between Gandhi and Tagore, for example, they are so carefully thought out. People are sitting down, taking time, engaging with the subject. You have Iqbal quoting Gibbon, you have Nehru quoting Hazar people in different letters, you have all of that happening. And part of the reason for that, I suspect, is that there is, of course, your attention is not scattered in the million ways that it is today. If I want to talk to a political comrade, say if I'm Nehru and I want to write to Jinnah, I can't send a two-write email or an emoji or a message on WhatsApp. I've got to sit down and draft a letter. And Jinnah will also sit down and draft a letter. And that's how the game plays out. And both of you are obviously excellent counter examples of that. But that is also a little bit of selection bias because you've done academics and you've been through all of that. But do you think in general, in modern times, that there are disincentives for that kind of a well thought out reasoned discourse to even develop in the first place, where everything is instant comments on Twitter and all of that, and where are the conversations happening? And the reason I ask is I'm very happy to be corrected by you guys on this, because I realize that a lot of my perspectives come because I'm an English speaking elite, and that's really the language in which I'm doing all my reading in, even if I can speak 2 or 3 other languages, whereas a lot of politics is simply not in these languages. So it is possible that there is a richer discourse which I might not simply be aware of, or there is a discourse which is not happening in these long reasoned conversations, but dialogues happening in other ways. So, what would your responses be to that?
I think in one way you're absolutely right, because the medium of writing lends itself to thought a lot better than a 280 character tweet or a 5-line email or a WhatsApp message. you are forced to think, and the act of writing in itself forces you to clarify what you're thinking. You can't send, you can't send a two-page letter if you're not able to clearly express what you want to say. So it lends itself to thinking. It also lends itself to clarity. So in that sense, I guess there is already a kind of pre-existing bias if you take up written letters or written documents against newspaper columns or so on and so forth. But it's also my belief that any sort of substantial intellectual output will come through writing, or if not through writing, at least through voluminous speaking. So, if you look at, for example, Nehru's debates in the last chapter of the book, they're actually all spoken. It's not written text, but it's still, if you read it, it still looks like it's very well written. But that really doesn't seem to happen, or if it does, it. But I mean, I'll just draw your attention. I mean, the thing that I read by a politician most recently was because I've been looking at the crisis or thinking about the crisis in Ukraine, and it's actually Vladimir Putin's note article on, I think it's like a 3 or 4 page article actually on how the Russians and Ukrainians are one people, where he lays out his sort of grand vision and his ideas about Ukraine and Russia. And so, thinking along those lines, substantive intellectual output will still be in that form. And if that isn't coming out from politicians, I think we kind of need to just stop and have a look and think about it, because that means that they don't see that sort of substantial intellectual output as necessary. It doesn't mean that they have no ideas, but it just means that they don't seem to think that those ideas either need to be explained in detail or that anybody else needs that sort of substantial intellectual engagement. So it's very much either a one-way sort of street where someone expounds just on their ideas in the spoken form, or if there's engagement, then it's kind of dumbed down to these 280 character tweets and replies.
One of the points you made is something I keep stressing in the writing classes I conduct as well, that the more you write in a clear way, the better your thinking will be. All the holes in your arguments and in your narratives are immediately visible to you, and clear writing leads to clear thinking. And I think it might just be one of the tragedies of our times, and something that degrades the discourse, in the sense that there's not enough of that happening. Most of the discourse is 280 character tweets, sometimes the IT cell sending something out on your behalf. Most of the conversations that we have is people talking at each other instead of to each other, which is in fact a phrase that pops up in this book as well, when Nehru and Jinnah are having their exchange. So let's kind of get back to that linear narrative, which will eventually bring us to this wonderful book, which is, at what point do you guys then get together and decide to write this book jointly? Like, what are the things that you find interesting in this subject? Like, at one level, obviously, you're interested in intellectual history. Tripurdaman's already, written 16 stormy days on the First Amendment, which is, the last section of this book. But what prompts you to do this aspect? And like, it really feels to me that it's a wonderful book, and it almost feels as if it is a part of a larger kind of project. And at one level, I guess, of course, it is a larger lifelong project of just understanding intellectual history, understanding the world. But what kind of led you guys to it, and what made you think that you should do this together, as it were?
Yeah, happy to go first in that question. So my PhD project was it's now forthcoming in a book called Law and Muslim Political Thought in Late Colonial North India. And in that project, I mainly looked at, as the title says, Muslim political thought. Now, Nehru featured in many of the chapters as a sort of side character, but he had these very, very exciting conversations with some of the main characters that I was looking at. And the main characters, of course, as you can glean from the book, are Muhammad Ali Jinnah, Muhammad Iqbal, etc. So when I came from this experience and this exposure to Nehru, and Tripurdaman, of course, had written his book 60 Stormy Days, and had moved into the post-independent sort of era, it was clear to us that if we were to do a project, it would be kind of cool because we could juxtapose Nehru and his debates that he had with the Muslims and the Muslim question was one of the biggest questions that had to be answered in order to acquire independence. And we can move on and, sort of do something post-independence. And it was Tripurdaman who really suggested the book. I was deep down writing my second at that point, which is on blasphemy and the role of blasphemy, particularly for law in Pakistan. And he suggested that we should come together and sort of write a nice introductory volume that would allow people to directly engage with history without any gatekeepers who are sort of trying to tell them what to think, but just to say that this is the sort of conversation that people were having about 100 years ago. And we can still not just understand it, but we can still make sense of what their main motivations were simply by reading some selected few letters. That's what really drove us into this project.
I'm guessing a lot of the research for this, therefore, was stuff that was already done for your other books. And by the way, I love the format of letting their voices speak for each other with an introductory essay in each of the sections, because, that kind of really works for me. Because otherwise, whenever you read a work of history, at a meta level, every reader is also confronting the question of what are the biases or what are the angles here and so on and so forth. And here you don't really have to account for that when you're reading their words directly. And of course, what you choose of somebody's words is also another way that comes into play. But I just found the book, extremely rich in that way. So, question for both of you. I can't remember if I asked Tripurdaman this the last time we recorded, but something I'm really kind of fascinated by, and I ask all my guests, especially my historian guests, which is what kind of knowledge management systems do you then use? Because part of the nature of what you do is just reading a lot. Like every day, you're obviously, reading tons, engaging with ideas, categorizing ideas and events and all of that, building narratives again, breaking down old narratives. What kind of knowledge management systems do you kind of use to sort of keep track of all of those things?
I'm actually very old-fashioned when it comes to my way of working. So I actually make handwritten notes, and I found that the best way of retaining information. And so I make handwritten notes on works that I read that are relevant to my research, etc. And then I sort of file them, keep them in folders, and file them away. So I have very old-fashioned ways of doing things. And when I write, I type by hand, and then I to insert footnote and insert a footnote. So I actually don't use. I try to minimize the use of technology when it comes to something like this. And I found particularly writing by hand, helps me kind of retain information a lot better. So that, for me, that's kind of the go-to way of really kind of deeply engaging with a piece of writing. How we went into this book was, just a quick rundown for me was that we wanted to collaborate. We wanted to work on a project together, and we have. Because we shared this sort of similar interest in that period in history, we decided Nehru would be a good way of bridging both our interests and looking at that period in Indian history. And this book really allows us to do that. And we wanted to very much also speak to the present moment. So we selected those debates that were not only hugely consequential at the time, but in a way are still very much alive around us. And that really narrowed everything down. And it was that way great to collaborate with Adeel, because we share a good working relationship, and we've been friends since our time at Cambridge. So I think that really made for a good book. And as you mentioned, we very much wanted. The book is an invitation really to everyone to engage with these conversations. So we wanted to mainly provide, as we write in the introduction, intellectual scaffolding rather than a kind of psychographic portrait of the protagonists. And hopefully we've been able to do that.
Adeel, what about your sort of knowledge management systems? Because more and more what I find myself using for everything that I do is something called Rome Research, which is based on an old German system of Zettelkasten. And a side question that, since it's occurred, I might as well ask it, is that there's a certain kind of essentialism which is, of course, perhaps mainly flawed, but there might be a germ of truth to it when people talk about how different languages and different cultures have certain characteristics that affect everything that those people kind of do. And Germans are known for being so methodical and logical and rational and the best builders of machines and all of that. And do you find that, there are maybe traces of that in that you've imbibed from your education there and in the way that you look at the world? And adding to that, of course, is that law itself is inherently a little bit like that. So what's your response?
Just going into it, maybe, I mean, I can understand that Tripurdaman, of course, writes things down because he has excellent penmanship. My penmanship is horrible. So I remember in the 5th grade when one of my teachers said, so he returned one of the papers that I've written, one of the exams, and then said that it reads like you would have tied a pen to the tail of a rabbit and chased it over this paper. So I still remember that metaphor because it's very, very vivid. And for me, it was always clear that I had to take notes digitally, and that's been the case ever since. So I type out everything. My citations and my books and my papers that I need are neatly categorized in Mendeley, maybe according to the old Germanic tradition that Niklas Luhmann perhaps perfected. You should type in Niklas Luhmann in Google when you have the time. He was a big sociologist who was famous for having cards, little cards on which he wrote everything, but he filled up rooms with those cards. So you see him in the middle of the room just being overwhelmed by his Karteikasten, as they were called, and they're everywhere. Possibly the most famous pictures of his are within those rooms. I think that there may be something Germanic to it, but I also just think that it's a neat way of sort of ordering things, because I tend to lose papers. I tend to not be very good to sort of categorizing them. Whereas when it is digital, it feels a lot more natural to me, because I can actually clean up things and have them in front of me. So that has been my method of choice. And it's worked very well. I also tend to use for the citations. It makes it so much easier if you go back and then you have full word search, which is perhaps the best invention that technology has sort of brought over. So instead of having to, go back and reading a book in its totality, if you know the keyword, you can immediately jump to the relevant pages. And I think it's a help to spread up the publication cycle of academics so they can write much faster than they were able to in earlier times.
Yeah, and speaking of technology and full word search, it reminds me that this is the second episode in a row that I'm recording where an identical thing has happened to me, which is that, while I take notes, I also copy paste a lot of quotes, under each category and under each point that I'm making. And for like the second recording in a row, Kindle told me that I have exceeded the publisher's limit of how much I can copy, which is whatever, because, and for my last episode, I just immediately went and I downloaded a pirated copy and I used that. And for this, luckily, your publishers had sent me a PDF, so that wasn't an issue. So much for technology. So before we get to the book, which I'm so excited to talk about, a final question which is triggered by what Tripurdaman said about how you wanted this book to be an invitation to engage. And that's one, it's a lovely way of looking at it. And while it's getting more and more possible in modern times, how far away is it from happening in a much greater sense? For example, if I read these letters and I say, shit, I want to read all of Nehru's letters now, is there a way for me to do that? Like, I know the collected works of Gandhi are, of course, available in 100 volumes, which are online, so I can read them online. But otherwise, the ideal way one would like to see the world ordered is that you don't have gatekeepers to this knowledge at all, that everything is just available online. I can look at Jinnah's letters, Nehru's letters, I can go through all of them. So I don't need other interpreters of this material alone. I can, dive into it myself and kind of look at it. So one, how far are we from that happening? Are there barriers to it which will make sure it never happens, for example? And two, would you say that, just as in other fields, gatekeepers are kind of dissolving gradually? Today anybody can be an artist or a filmmaker or a writer without necessarily having to go to intermediaries. You have the tools of production, you can directly reach your audiences. Is there something like that that can eventually one day happen in academics? So if somebody says, I want to write a book on ideas and I want to use all of this great material, that they don't necessarily have to be fortunate enough to be able to go to the right colleges and find their way to Cambridge, where they are lucky to find themselves with stimulating people like you guys did?
The first part is a copyright question. The lawyer in me has awakened, and I just want to sort of jump into it, take that first. The truth is, it really depends on the copyright laws in your country. So most countries will have, you would have open access to the letters of both Jinnah and Nehru and many other people, especially stuff that has been published in the 40s and 50s. So therefore, going to places like archive.org, going to places like Google Books has been very, very good at digitizing and putting up stuff that will allow you to access, in fact, a majority, not all of them, because some of them were not included in the first volumes because they took them out, but the vast majority of things. So there's no longer gatekeepers who can keep you from, the sources of knowledge, as it were. And I don't really think that there was ever a time where good history was monopolized at history faculties, or where good legal thinking was monopolized at law faculties. So therefore, I would say that, yes, whereas there have been like institutional gatekeepers, particularly maybe in the golden age of academic degrees, where people were really marveling over your university education, it was only the latter part of the 20th century. For the rest of the time, it wasn't really like the big requirement for you if you wanted to put your ideas into the public sphere. So I do think that today, as always, there can be amazing history that is written by people who are not properly trained, as long as they have the ability to digest large amounts of information and present them in a fair manner, which many of them do. So some of the favorite people of mine who have written past and present were not academics. So I mentioned initially when I was talking about like the favorite people that I have in the English language were people who were travel writers, like journalists like Emily Hahn, who were not academically trained at a graduate level. And they wrote some of the most beautiful prose, and they summarized developments, both historically and contemporary, that they were experiencing in faraway places, like the international settlement in Shanghai in the 1920s and 30s. So all of that cool stuff has always been happening, and it continues to happen. So if anybody wants to sort of take these letters or other letters and, sort of write their history, then I very much encourage them, because there are no barriers now with self-publishing. Of course, it's led to the flood of books, and then it becomes difficult again in order to create a type of readership. But I do think if social media is used in a responsible manner, then one can create one's own sort of one's own audience and cultivate that, and sort of write.
Yeah, and in fact, India's best-known historian Ramchandra Guha wasn't trained in history at all. I think people within academic history circles still resent him a little bit for that. It's kind of interesting. And a couple of the books on Nehru I quickly skimmed over recently before this episode were by Shashi Tharoor and M.J. Akbar, and they again aren't trained historians. I mean, of course, it's all secondary sources and whatever, but still, I mean, you can take that historical material and build your narrative and all of that. Our final question, I promised that would be the final question before we go to the book, but a final question that occurs to me is that in the process of writing, what does one do about writing voice? Like writers often tend to have completely different voices, and the two of you are writing this. So do you make a decision that only one of you writes so you have a uniform voice? But of course, I mean, the content is this thing, or do you find some kind of medium ground? Like I did an episode with Vijay Kelkar and Ajay Shah, who wrote In Service of the Republic. And the moment I read 2 pages, it was immediate that, the whole book is written in a sense by Ajay, but obviously it's the ideas of both of them. And that's that's a conscious decision they made so that it's just one person's voice, and Ajay is a writer with enormous clarity. So one, how did you guys get past that? And two, respectively, what were your writing models? Who were the writers you kind of look up to? Like Adeel, you mentioned these travel writers, obviously, but in terms of doing a specific kind of work that you're doing, not just for this book, but even, your other work, who are the kind of models you look at over a period of time and say that, okay, I want to write like this?
Can I jump in first on this
Sure.
question? Okay, so I would say that in order to develop one's own voice, which is possibly the most difficult thing, for me the process has been that for the longest time I was trying to copy voices of people that I really admired. And those people are not really part of the sort of conventional canon, but I still consider them to be like the greatest writers of their time and even today. The first one that I would name is somebody like, but William Hazlitt. I don't know if you've heard of him.
Yeah, of course.
So he was part of the early Romantic movement, but kept himself at a distance from both Wordsworth and Coleridge. He was living in London, so this is late 18th century London, which is becoming modern, it's becoming urbanized, and at the same time, people are just or many of the writers are just taking it for granted, or trying to find an escape, which is like this romantic idea of, going back to nature, going back to other things. And what he does is he just writes about everyday life in a way that is trying to capture the anomaly of what is happening around him. And his voice, I think I've yet to come across a writer who captures it in the same type of brilliance. The other thing that I've always admired about him is that from the earliest time, he's enamored by Napoleon. Now, this is not like a specific trait to William Hazlitt. This is a trait that many others had as well. So even somebody like Hegel in Germany was excited when Napoleon conquered Prussia in 1806, and Hegel ran to Jena in order to see what he called the world soul on the horseback. See Napoleon riding by, die Weltseele zu Pferd. But what William Hazlitt does is that he's trying to write a biography of Napoleon throughout his life. And he manages to write it only towards the end of his life, and he finally publishes it in 4 volumes. And it is the opposite of a success. He bankrupts the publisher. So his publisher is bankrupted by, his writing. And it's just so fitting because everything else that he does that he considers like a side project and, sort of a newspaper column that he writes about Indian jugglers who've come to London in order to perform, all of these stories are amazing. And then one reads the Napoleon books and one just goes like, wow, it was the impossibility of writing those books that allowed him to produce possibly the most magnificent writing. And once he did what he always intended to do, he produced a work that was good, but not to the same extent as his other works were. So I do think that one, at least for me, it was trying to copy the voice of these people. And then finally, one gradually develops one's own voice. Now, the part is that Tripurdaman and I have a similar writing style in the sense that we took a different turn at the postmodernism junction, which was the turn towards writing with clarity and trying to express in the limited ways that we are, that it is possible in the clearest language. And I think that led to both of us writing in a similar, not in the same way. I don't think that's ever possible, but in a similar way. But we, still write the individual sections by ourselves and then have the other person sort of go over them. And, we both, like, at least I very much trust Tripurdaman's writing. So I'm more than happy to adopt the changes that he sort of gives to me.
And before I turn to Tripurdaman for his writing idols, you before you started on Hazlitt, you said there were a number of people who you admire greatly. So tell me a bit about some of the others.
Okay, so the second one is a German philosopher. He's rather neglected because he was the last one of the German idealist tradition. And funny enough, this morning I was reading on the Economist Daily app that one of his descendants, the descendants of his cousin, I should say, bringing up a case to the Supreme Court of the United States that has the entire art world trembling. The name of the philosopher is Ernst Cassirer, liberal guy, German Jew, had to flee Germany when the Nazi Party came to power, taught briefly at Yale, then went to Columbia for a bit and wrote mainly on Kant, Immanuel Kant, that was his subject. But he wrote topics about human nature, about the mythology of the state. So the myth of the state is possibly his most famous work that is known in the English-speaking world. He has a book called the symbolic philosophy. So he was really into symbolisms and what they meant. And he, despite being shunned when Germany philosophy took the turn to Heidegger, to Martin Heidegger, who was his big opponent. There was two interpretations of Kant essentially. One was the Heideggerian, one was the Cassirer, and Cassirer, German philosophers at the time thought was too boring and old and conventional. So they went with Heidegger. But his writings are crystal clear. They really encapsulate 200 years of the finest German Jewish thought that one can imagine. And I'm kind of sad that he hasn't received any type of revival, despite all of his works being in the philosophical domain, and people are not working on him. And I'm not even standing in the tradition of the type of liberal internationalism that he was promoting. I still find him to be one of the most intellectually honest writers of his time. And the case at the Supreme Court, just to sort of conclude this entire story, is about a picture. And the picture was bought in the early 20th century. And in 1926, it was inherited by a woman who later had to sell it to the Nazis in order to leave. So in order to get the exit visa, the Nazi officials said that you have to sell us this work of Camille Pissarro, who's an impressionist, late 19th century French impressionist, and he, painted this view of this road in Paris. So she sold that picture for pittance, got the ticket out, went to the UK, where her new husband, so this is no longer the cousin of Ernst Cassirer, the philosopher that I was talking about, but this is a guy called Otto Neubauer. So he had gotten a professorship there. So they moved to Oxford. Later on, they moved to the United States. She always tries to get the Pissarro back. And in order to do that, she filed a claim in Germany with the US military in order to get stolen or lost art returned. And her art piece is not found. But in the meantime, somebody had smuggled it back to the United States and sold it there to a museum. Later on, it's acquired by the Thyssen Foundation, who sells it to the Spanish crown. Now the painting is in Madrid, and they are trying to get it back because they say that it was taken away from us and we should be allowed to claim it. Now, if that Supreme Court decision goes in favor of the Cassiras, then that would mean that every single piece of art where you can't prove that you've acted in good faith, which is quite tough to do, would or could technically be returned to the original owner. So that would shake up entire collections, entire museums. It's hard to speculate of where the Supreme Court is going to go with this, but it's definitely going to be one of the most exciting cases in this year.
What a story that would be. The journey of that painting would just make for an incredible book, right? There's so many different strands to it, and I can imagine some nationalists listening to this might say that I hope the Supreme Court judgment, gives the painting back. We will then ask for the Kohinoor back. So I'll commit both of you for the end of the episode for more reading recommendations, because I have a feeling that Adeel will get more out of you. But Tripurdaman, before we kind of go to the break, when you embarked upon your writing journey, the previous book, this one, the one before that, who are the writers you've kind of admired and thought, I want to be able to write like that, and so on?
So I think in terms of history writing, the writer that I admire the most at the moment would probably be someone like William Dalrymple, because here's someone who who essentially is able to transcend this distinction between travel writing, history, politics, with ease. He's able to evoke the atmosphere and feelings of 18th and 19th century in India in a way that almost no one else can. And I remember, the first time I read one of his history books, I think the first one I read was The Last Mughal or something, and it kind of blew me away, because here's someone writing actually mainly about the siege of Delhi and then the trial of Bahadur Shah Zafar, but he makes it so exciting. Actually, And I have worked on on that subject for my PhD and on my first book. And most of the writing that I read, nothing actually that I read came anywhere close to being as interesting and as exciting as something written by Dalrymple. So Dalrymple, I really, really admire for his ability to evoke the atmosphere about the time and place that he's writing about, and that's something that I always kind of really, really kept in mind. And then I've also really admired theorists who are able to write with clarity, who are able to really put forward complex ideas and make them intelligible to people who, like me, haven't, come from a background in law or political theory. And for that, I've really admired people like someone like Zygmunt Bauman, for example, who is a very famous, actually was, he sadly died a few years ago, sociologist who wrote on modernity, and his writings again, they deal with very, very complex subjects, but he's able to simplify it to an extent where, for me, it was always like I agree with a lot of his ideas, and my own ideas are very similar, but they were always garbled in a way. Reading his books was like, you read and you go, aha, that is what actually I was thinking, and here's someone who's able to make sense of it for me. So that's another one, and I think most of my writing kind of tries to straddle both of those worlds in a way. So I would say those are two big influences, and others I might add are I really like people like Barry Anderson. Again, is the first time I read when I read Barry Anderson's essays. It was very early on in my sort of academic and intellectual journey. I think those when he wrote these essays on Nehru, it was around 2012 or something, and it was for the first time where I realized, I was like, yeah, actually, you can write in those terms. You can write something that's very critical, very scathing, without necessarily making it obnoxious. It's still something that you would read and you would engage with, and it's an engagement that is fruitful and that gives you something. So I think those are quite three kind of pretty big influences on my writing. Apart from that, I've read a lot, and I've always been drawn to kind of very fluid writing styles, and I think that kind of comes across in my own writing. I think that's made it easy to work with Adeel as well, because as he said, we both have similar sort of influences on our writing. We've kind of missed the turn towards postmodernism and postcolonialism. For both of us, the aim of our writing is to make things clearer, not to make it more obscure, or not to necessarily make it more convoluted than it needs to be. And so that kind of really brings us to one page, and each of us is happy to let the other read their stuff and edit it and change it around. So by and large, our writing kind of fits together, and that's how we worked on the chapters in this book as well. Adeel took the ones on Iqbal and Jinnah, and I took the ones on Patel and Mukherjee. But we were also very happy to then send it to the other person and say, look, why don't you edit, change it as you see fit. That kind of working relationship really helped bring the book together. In that way, our voices are similar, and it also helps that we kind of have broad agreement on the ideas as well, so we don't disagree on that much, which would often makes it hard to write or to collaborate, and all of that was to our advantage.
Marvelous. Let's take a quick commercial break, and when we get back, we'll dive straight into Nehru. Long before I was a podcaster, I was a writer. In fact, chances are that many of you first heard of me because of my blog India Uncut, which was active between 2003 and 2009 and became somewhat popular at the time. I love the freedom the form gave me, and I feel I was shaped by it in many ways. I exercised my writing muscle every day and was forced to think about many different things because I wrote about many different things. Well, that phase in my life ended for various reasons, and now it is time to revive it. Only now I'm doing it through a newsletter. I have started the India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com, where I will write regularly about whatever catches my fancy. I'll write about some of the themes I cover in this podcast and about much else. So please do head on over to indiauncut.substack.com and subscribe. It is free. Once you sign up, each new installment that I write will land up in your email inbox. You don't need to go anywhere. So subscribe now for free. The India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com. Thank you. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. I'm chatting with Adeel Hussain and Tripurdaman Singh on their wonderful books about Nehru's intellectual dialogues or debates with, four interesting people on four really crucial questions that still have resonance in these times. I want to start by asking about Nehru and the role of contingence, in a sense, in what makes you what you are in terms of the things that you believe and all of that. Like, I recorded a couple of episodes on Mahatma Gandhi with Ram Guha, and I've kind of been a minor Gandhi buff in terms of reading a lot by him. And of course, a man contains multitudes. But one of the things that you realize about Gandhi is that his influences are very different from any of the other Indian freedom fighters, in the sense he's not reading the British liberals and Mill and Bentham and all of that, but instead, he's reading Ruskin on the importance of village life, which is where he gets those views from, even though, as Guha points out, he's not spent any time in a village until that point. And he's influenced by later Tolstoy, which is all this this vague spirituality kind of stuff. And looking at Nehru, you see, one, that he's got a very privileged background. Two, he's been to good public schools in England. He's got a great education, but everywhere in his education, he's remarked upon as someone who hasn't brought any attention upon himself, never showed signs that he would do much. And his intellectual influences in that way are of the kind that you can almost predict what he would do next. For example, Harold Lasky being a big influence on him, and from that you can talk about the post-independent direction India took and that kind of his kind of thinking on economics and all of that. So, what is your sense of this? Like, on the one hand, you can see that he's a very well-read man. He's quoting things from memory when he's sitting in prison. He has deep knowledge on a variety of subjects. But at the same time, there are these strange kind of skews, not as noticeable as, say, in the case of Gandhi, who in Hind Swaraj, which was written when he was in his 40s, rants against railways and doctors and modernity in general. So what is your sense of that? Like, does a person become who he is because there are certain inherent parts to that person's personality, or that do circumstances really make a big difference? And I know it's a combination of both. And the question also arises because in the case of someone like Jinnah, it seems to me that contingency played a huge part. That, circa 1918, he's a guy who's going to take over the Congress next. Tilak is dead, Gokhale and Firoz Shah Mehta died recently. He is the last standing great moderate along with Motilal Nehru. He's going to lead the party. 1920 comes, Gandhi takes over the party with what Jinnah regards, I think correctly, as an incoherent sort of association with the Khilafat movement. And then Jinnah goes off into this other direction. And of course, we'll talk much more about Jinnah later, but it seems to me that contingency played such a huge role in that. You have a little bit of a counterfactual, and say Gandhi doesn't even appear on the scene, and Jinnah is a different person and he's still in the Congress. So what is your sense when you look at Nehru, when you look at characters of that time, that one, you have a limited pool of people that you're really picking from, because very few people have the kind of privilege that Nehru did to have that kind of education, ditto Jinnah in a sense. So sorry, it's a bit of a long-winded question, but you get the drift.
No, true. Nehru had a very privileged upbringing. He had a very privileged education. He went to Harrow. He went to Cambridge. You're right that many people do disparagingly say that he showed no promise. Perry Anderson very famously writes he got, he had a third-class degree from Cambridge and so on and so forth. And he never made much of a success of himself as a lawyer either. But Nehru Nehru had a great aesthetic, sensibility. He was interested in literature. He was widely read. He developed a very wide range of interests as well. So, he had some preconceived notions about India when he came back, etc. But he was also very much willing to kind of explore and learn. And you see these through his debates as well. He is both well informed about stuff and equally interested in having conversations about those things as well. And you see this very openly in the conversation that he has with Iqbal, because it's ultimately a conversation about something that to a kind of cosmopolitan like Nehru should be quite parochial. It's about like Muslim orthodoxy, Muslim, Islamic theology, about which he is neither particularly well informed or should have any great interest in, but he does enough, that from Almora jail, where he's locked up, he's willing to engage in this kind of quite long dialogue that he has with Iqbal over many months. In terms of the counterfactual that you presented is interesting, because you say if Gandhi doesn't appear, Jinnah is a whole new man. I think you could also say the same about Nehru, because if Gandhi doesn't appear, Nehru is also almost quite certain to have not become the man he did, because the hand of Gandhi behind it, is of weaning. In a sense, Nehru was groomed, almost prepared for the position. All of his political life was really preparation for the top job. His father helped line him up for presidency of the Congress, and Gandhi helped tip him, make his presidency a big success by making him the president at the time, because Motilal, etc., had been many people, not just Motilal but many others, had been demanding that the Congress go pass a resolution raising the demand for complete independence, Poorna Swaraj. And Gandhi kind of demurs and says initially he doesn't want it, but then he agrees that if the British don't grant Dominion status within a year, then the Congress will demand complete independence. So Nehru is made president at a time that the Congress will raise the demand for complete independence, and that really kind of makes him into a pivotal figure, because he's the one who raises the Congress flag on 26 January 1930 and raises the demand for complete independence. So Nehru is in a way groomed for the top job by essentially the top people. His intellectual influences are varied, but when he first comes back to India from Britain, apart from you mentioned Lasky, and he is he does kind of go in that direction. But when he comes to India, he's very much on the lookout for intellectual influences, for someone to kind of intellectually explain India to him. He goes and he wants to discover it, but he also really wants to be guided into it. And Gandhi ends up playing that role. And even though Nehru doesn't agree with Gandhi on many things, and he often doesn't buy into a lot of Gandhi's fads, he very much does look at Gandhi as guiding him into explaining Indian politics in a way. So some people would go a lot further. Again, I mentioned I mentioned Perry Anderson, but also someone like Meghnad Desai. People like that will often explain Nehru's relationship with Gandhi to be almost like a son to a father, where he's very much looking for someone to guide him along the political path, to explain the political path to him. And so Gandhi's intellectual influence, I think, has always been understated. It's overshadowed by the fact that Nehru repudiates Gandhi after independence, once executive power is within his grasp. But he very much understands. He seeks to understand at least India through these people around him, because he actually he doesn't have a sense of organic engagement with the real sort of bottom rung in the way that many people have. He hasn't lived there. He can't speak the language well initially. When he comes back, his sort of formative influences all come from outside, and so for him, the engaging in these conversations mainly with Gandhi, but also with others, is an intellectual exercise that helps him form his own sort of conception of India and of his role in India.
Maybe I can just add a little bit to what Tripurdaman just said. The one thing that I find very fascinating about Nehru is the very idea of how he sees himself almost eternally, even when he's taken hold of the Congress Party post-independence and there's hardly any opposition. He still sees himself as a student, both of history and of India. And that curiosity really drives him. So he has an openness to ideas that is usually played over by people saying that, oh no, he learned a little bit of communism while he was in the UK, and then he comes back and tries to oppose it, try to impose it upon the population regardless of what the cost. So the people who usually take the sort of take the first from Cambridge, those were the people who went back with a specific type of confidence that they were sort of here in order to rule and they've had the best concepts. So maybe Nehru took away more from his Cambridge diploma than most other people with better degrees or with better grades than him, because he took away the idea that he's going to be a student primarily. And if he remains his curiosity intact, then he can open up to an entire continent that he doesn't have an immediate connection to. And I do think that that sets him apart of many of the other figures that we see in the nationalist movement, many of the other founding fathers. So let's take somebody like Jinnah. So Jinnah, a lot more successful, excellent grades, a lot more successful. You know, he comes back, he's immediately put in the position of in the imperial courts. He immediately goes into dispute resolution. He has a law firm, incredibly successful law firm, makes a lot of money. But for Jinnah, he would, at a very deeper level, understand himself as having understood India mainly through the concepts that he studied. And his success is a proof of that. So he goes and engages with much of the Muslim public in a more dominant way, whereas Nehru goes to the public as a student and says, I'm going to be a student and you teach me. And that works out when he encounters somebody like Gandhi who says that I've been waiting for a pupil. Finally, you know, I'm the guru and I'm going to explain, you know, how I see India and this is my vision. But when Nehru tries to do the same to somebody like Jinnah, Jinnah doesn't really know how to react to that. He just says, like, you know what is there to learn, so why don't you just go back and do your homework? I'm not going to be your guide. Like, I'm not going to play the role as a guide in trying to explain my vision of India to you. You should have known that by now. And I do think that I admire the sort of approach that Nehru takes, because that's what you really want in a leader, somebody who's open to new influences, regardless of what later happens. But I think the basic sort of point that Nehru sort of brings to the table is a very intriguing one.
Right. So I'll move on to a question, but before that, an observation. You know, when Gandhi came to India from South Africa, he met up with his mentor G.K. Gokhale, and whom he had long admired. They, I think, first met in 1894. In fact, the first time they met, they took a walk on the lawns of my alma mater, Ferguson College in Pune. Little bit of trivia, but anyways, so in the mid 1910s, Gandhi comes back, meets Gokhale, and Gokhale is kind of aghast. He's also read Hind Swaraj. He says, listen, you know, I like your attitude, but you don't know India yet. So for 1 year, I don't want you to take part in politics. Just go around the country and immerse yourself in life. And shortly after that, Gokhale dies, and Gandhi continues his 1 year journey. And for some reason, he decides not to wear any footwear in honor of the departed Gokhale. I don't know where that logic came from. So a question that I asked Ram Guha, and I found his answer very illuminating. The question that I asked him was that Gandhi was wrong on so many things, and that's partly because of his influences were so limited and all of that, but he was wrong on so many things, like his distrust of railways, of doctors, of modernity, and this and that, and many things. But he was right on the one big thing that really mattered, at least in my eyes, which is the means being more important than the ends. The whole notion of non-violence and satyagraha and whatever, you know, on the big things, he's someone you need to study and learn from. A lot of the small things he got completely wrong. So why was that? Ram's answer was that was because he learned that by doing. Because one after the other in South Africa, he went on these satyagrahas and they all failed. He had half a success right at the end, which was enough of a face saver for him to come back. And in a sense, they all failed in their proximate means. But he really understood that because he learned by doing. The rest of the stuff he didn't know. He just had, you know, random views that he's got from wherever. And the doing made him special. And the doing came from actually going out there among the people, living among them, being one of them. So it is resonant to me when you say that Nehru, looking at him as a mentor, he's, you know, been educated abroad, comes back, wants to understand the country. Who is a better person than someone who's actually going out there and living among the people? So whatever else he teaches you, that's a great approach to pick up. Now, my question is this. Like, there is a duality that I see to Nehru. One is, of course, this openness, this curiosity, this flexibility. You guys talk about it in your book, where you speak about how his thinking is instrumental as much as ideational. When you write, quote, his engagement with other political actors was as instrumental as it was ideational, as personal as it was public. If Nehru the visionary was an idealist, then Nehru the political actor was as much a hard-nosed realist. Stop quote. And of course, there are examples you give in the book and elsewhere of how this is true. But at the same time, the other side of his nature is that in many ways, he seems extremely rigid and hard nosed to change his mind when he strongly believes in something. The debates with Patel on China are, of course, one example where he's completely wrong, and he only realizes it because something happens in the real world which shows him he is wrong, which for many of the other abstract debates would not necessarily have happened. There are, of course, his famous debates with Rajaji. Maybe you can expound on that in a future book. His famous debates on the free market with Rajaji, where Nehru's got this association from 1920s onwards that, colonialism and capitalism go together, so therefore markets are bad and always exploitative and a zero sum thing. And that's his whole approach. And his adherence to that top-down thinking, his adherence to social engineering, to the extent that even, in that last section where you guys talk about the First Amendment, Nehru's talking in that eloquent speech where he tries to get the First Amendment through and is arguing for it, where he talks about how, social objectives matter, rights don't matter so much, right? So my big question here is that on a big question, not a small matter of practical exigency, but on a big question, where did Nehru change his mind? Like, is my reading correct that as far as the big ideological questions are there, not only was he firm in his head about them and arrogant that he knew the answers, but he also would not listen to others. Like, you see this even in the debate, in the section with Iqbal, for example, where a debate is happening. And you can see in Iqbal's reply this kind of patient explaining of the history and the context of Islam, because he feels that Nehru is speaking from a place where he has no idea what he's talking about at a very surface level, which is the impression I think a reader would get as well. Similarly, when Jinnah berates him for being arrogant because Nehru is saying there is no communal problem, right? And Jinnah is like, listen, there is, you got to be open to that. You can't just condescend and say, oh, these guys are talking about a problem, there's no problem. So, is this a view of Nehru you'd largely agree with, or would you say that there are big instances where he did change his mind, what would your response be? Tripurdaman.
I think one big issue where a shift is very discernible is Nehru's engagement with Islam, for example. And partition and the kind of violence that is unleashed on partition really does shake him up. So even though it doesn't shake him up enough to change his kind of views of religion per se, it does really force him in a way to change his attitude towards Muslims. So you can see that he kind of makes an almost 180-degree sort of change from the views that he's expressing when he's talking to Iqbal to the kind of views that he expounds when the Indian Constitution comes into force, and when he kind of crafts what we now call Indian secularism. And that is very much crafted on the idea that there are sort of separate religious or cultural rights which need to be defended, and he's sort of very happy to let those kind of be embedded in the constitution and to allow Indian Muslims that space that he believes they need in a way to kind of join the Indian mainstream. So that is one of the kind of big shifts in his thinking that does happen. In the others, I guess there are two ways of looking at it. In one way, he is rigid, and his ideas don't shift easily. He's also very good, actually, at not necessarily expressing his ideas in very stark terms until he is in a position to make sure that they prevail. And that's one of the reasons why Nehru succeeds in kind of staying atop the Congress hierarchy, and someone like Bose fails, is that Nehru never allows himself to be, even though he is part of the Congress sort of left, he never allows himself to be placed in a position where he kind of becomes the figurehead of the radicals. Nehru's ideas only really explicate themselves towards the latter part of his career. And that's because he He is very conscious that he needs to maintain dialogue and engagement with all spectrums of opinion to be able to keep himself aloft, and that's what happens to Bose. Bose kind of really loses. He loses essentially to the Congress right. There's the idea everyone has is that Gandhi effectively dethrones Bose in 1938, which in a way he does, but it's also a consequence of Bose being unable to maintain working relationships with those on the Congress right, people like Tandon Patel, so on and so forth. And Nehru is actually very adept at doing that. Of course, it helps that he has Gandhi's blessing, but he himself never really positions, when we say that the ideas are, his debates are ideational and instrumental, in a way, they're also about positioning himself vis-a-vis his contemporaries and his opponents. And so the big kind of positioning with his opponents, with his colleagues, someone like Patel or Mukherjee, only really happens around independence or after. Before independence, the kind of big arguments that happen are with the other side, and there, even though Nehru may not be completely open to changing his views, he is willing to see how much kind of working ground can be found. At least that's very much the impression that I have. Unfortunately, he doesn't really engage in enough self-reflection to see where he is inhibiting the kind of appearance of any common working ground, but he is quite earnest in his desire to find it. So that's where you have to see that this engagement is both ideational and instrumental. So at one level, yes, it's a kind of ideological conversation. At another level, it's also a conversation that's very practical. He's very much a practical politician. He wants things to be noted down in points to say, okay, well, out of 10 points, we have convergence on 3. Maybe that can, give us space to work out some sort of common working program or something to that extent. So that's very much where he's coming from. And that's also why, I always say there's idealism and there's realism, because it's not just a cerebral exchange. It's also a very practical exchange. And I think that's really the point that I would make.
And perhaps just to add to that, I would say that there's a general shrinkage of the political imagination that comes with the exercise of political power. So I wouldn't sort of single out Nehru and say that, oh, look at Nehru and, why is he so... I mean, if you have political power and you try to convince other people that you have the best recipe to alleviate poverty, and that's this socialism that you've flashed out, then that's what you're going to do. You're going to come across a lot more rigid. It's no longer this sort of open student type relationship that he had with India in the 20s and 30s, but it comes with political power. And I do think that political power doesn't really lend itself to excellent thinking. So once you carry a specific burden, of course, you do no longer have the time and the attention span to actually focus, and you sort of sit down and evaluate all the positions carefully, as you were in a time where political power is wielded by somebody else. The burden of governance is carried by somebody else. Those are the great times of thought. And you see that not just with Nehru, but bringing in my own assessment of the political thought of Indian Muslims in the 19th century, you can really see that once the British take over, Muslim political thought really springs up, and they start thinking about, hey, we just lost power, but now we also have a space in which we can think. Because when you're ruling, you don't really have those spaces of thought. And I do think that Nehru sort of falls into that category. The other thing that I wanted to remark is that once Nehru sort of identifies poverty as being like this big issue that he tries to get rid of, he really levels all of his intellectual and political capital that he has behind that question. And that could be seen as a sign of sincerity. Like whatever else it is, and it has catastrophic consequences for the development of India, as we all know, because it stays arrested into that frame of thinking for much of the 20th century when other countries are sort of taking off. But at least there's some type of sincerity that one can appreciate.
I feel at times it also, and there are instances of that in this book where it's also a good way for him to deflect talking about other issues that he does not want to talk about. Like, while talking to Jinnah, he's like, or even Iqbal, at different points, he'll break into this whole thing of, why are you stuck on the communal question? Religion won't get you out of poverty. We need to think about poverty, starvation, blah, blah, and all of that. And it's really a bit of a straw man because none of those other gentlemen are saying that we should not do anything about poverty. But it's just a useful way for Nehru to kind of also deflect away from that. And yeah, Tripurdaman, that's really interesting. And one area where he did change his mind, and I noted this quote down when I came across it in your book, is when he's responding to Jinnah. And of course, like you point out, he's constantly asking Jinnah to itemize his grievances. And Jinnah is saying, I'm not petitioning you. You meet me in person, I will tell you. But eventually, he does get a sense of those grievances. And one of them is personal laws. And in response to that, Nehru writes, quote, as regards protection of culture, the Congress has declared its willingness to embody this in the fundamental laws of the Constitution. It has also declared that it does not wish to interfere in any way with the personal law of any community. Stop quote. And of course, what happens in our early years is that Congress in power and Nehru as PM does interfere with the personal laws of one community, which is a Hindu community, with the Hindu Code Bill, which is still debated. And the argument against that is that, listen, if you have to interfere with personal laws, then do it with everyone, the right to equality, treat everyone equally. Why only us? Is there a sort of hardening against a Hindu right as the years go by? Or was he, not being entirely sincere when he wrote these words to Jinnah in the 30s? Or would he have, changed his mind over a period of time? And if so, why?
To start from where Adeel just finished, there was, Walter Crocker, one of his biographers, for example, says, the great majority of Indians always had the feeling, and they never really lost, that, Nehru was sincere. And this sort of sincerity was very much part and parcel of both of his popularity and of his engagement with people as well. As far as personal laws go, actually, we can say with a large degree of confidence, Nehru was not really interested in religion. He didn't really think it was worth engaging with, or it was a category of any importance. And even the kind of cataclysm of partition doesn't really change his mind to that extent. But he does come to appreciate, especially for Indian Muslims, the role that sort of religious and cultural rights play. And he's very conscious of the fact that he has to provide for there to be a secular state. It has to rest on the consent of India's Muslim minority. And he's very much willing to give that space that they really need for them to feel comfortable and safe in the new India he's building. As far as the Hindu right goes, actually Nehru really despises the Hindu right. Walter Crocker calls it, one of his pet peeves. Actually, he says, Crocker goes as far as saying, Hinduism is one of his pet peeves, along with, poverty and the Maharajas and the feudals and so on and so forth. So Nehru really despises organized religion. And the question of reforming Hindu law is something that's always really there. He does it to the furthest extent that is possible without jeopardizing his own position. So he goes far, but he again doesn't go as far as some of the more radical elements wanted, or as far as someone like Ambedkar wanted. He doesn't do it for the Muslims for the simple reason that, again, these are all sort of interconnected things. He wants the state to be secular. For the state to be secular, it really has to have a Muslim minority. In India's claims to secularism, because everyone knows sociologically kind of the Indian state and the Congress itself, before it rested on Hindu society. It was only the kind of ironclad backing of the vast majority of Hindus that made the Congress so powerful an organization that it could say to someone like Jinnah, well, we're not willing to put all of these sort of concessions that you want towards minority rights, whether it was sort of more power to the provinces, or inclusion of weightage in terms of representation and so on and so forth. So it very much for the state to be secular, it very much needed a Muslim minority. For that Muslim minority to remain in India, it very much needed to be given the space that that would make it feel safe and India comfortable as a home. And so Nehru was very conscious of that, and he was very conscious of giving them that space. Equally, Nehru also wanted India to have a seat at the high table. He was a global statesman. He had that stature. It's a position that he had, and it's a position that he prized very greatly. And he had that position because he was a Democrat, because India was a secular state. All of these things went into making Nehru the global statesman. And so those were also points that that were very much at the back of his mind, that he, to kind of retain that position of India as a kind of secular democracy, and his own position as a global statesman, he needed India to be secular. He needed India's Muslim minority to be content and comfortable, and so he's willing to, in a way, create that space, and that's basically it. It's a very practical question. I'm sure, personally, Nehru really didn't have that much time for Muslim orthodoxy either, as you see with in his conversation with Iqbal. But it's very much a very practical decision that he has to take once, as Adeel says, he has to once he's sitting on in a sort of executive chair. Decision making undergoes a metamorphosis. We were joking before we started the interview about how many on the furthest sort of on the spectrum that you could imagine of the Hindu right often call Modi Maulana Modi. Sorry, it's and it's a bit the same thing. Once you're sitting in a kind of in the chair, you decision making ultimately does tend to involve a number of practical considerations, and that was also the case with Nehru.
And an aside, I mean, you've spoken in the book as well about Nehru's sort of the importance that he gave his global image. And one reason that Indira Gandhi called off the emergency, many people say, is that she was concerned that the rest of the world would lose respect for her. The foreign press was writing bad things. She also wanted to be seen as a Democrat, and of course, she thought she would win. So despite Sanjay Gandhi's misgivings, she called it off, and thank God for her delusions. A last general question on Nehru, emerging from what you just said before we dive into his debates one by one, is that you mentioned that he always despised the Hindu right. Now, just looking at the Congress, many of the tall leaders, if not practically all the tall leaders with a couple of exceptions at that time, were in a sense people of the Hindu right within the Congress. Whether it's Patel or Prasad or Malviya or Lal Bahadur Shastri. And there's a very sort of telling demonstration of that in a book called The Dark Knight, co-authored by Dhirendra Jha, which is about the placing of the idol in the Babri Masjid in 49 or 50 or sometime like that. And when that was done and news went to Nehru immediately ordered his people that, get the idol out of there. And they just refused. I think Pant was CM of UP. Lal Bahadur Shastri was Home Minister of UP. And they didn't. And the idol stayed there. And you see the repercussions of that in modern times. And you read narratives like that, it almost seems that in a sense he was not just a man apart, but also a man alone. That people believe different things than him. There are, of course, fascinating counterfactuals of what if someone else had been PM, what if Patel was PM, or whatever. Nehru at one point in 1950, when the Bangladesh stuff was happening, even wanted to quit at one point, threatened to quit at one point. So what if he had done that? So we don't know those counterfactuals. So would you agree that in a certain sense he was a man apart, that what got him there, like as much as he became president of the Congress in 2930 because of Gandhi's insistence and Gandhi's force, that in a sense that catapulted him all the way to the prime ministership as well. And in 1929-30, of course, it generally sort of felt that Patel was the popular choice at that point in time. And in your book, Nehru in fact gets angry with Patel because why did you talk to this 50 MPs and you were apparently criticizing me? And Patel explains that, listen, they wanted to meet me once, they asked me twice, they asked me thrice, I couldn't say no. You get the sense that in the rank and file of the party, or at least among its MPs, Patel is a popular guy, and Nehru is a man apart and in a sense a man alone as well. So what is your sense of this, and how does this then shape the way that he views his work? Because I would imagine that if you feel alone where you are, that hey, nobody agrees with me and all these other tall guys feel so differently, that there can be self-doubt. In this case perhaps there was a more adversarial attitude. So what role does all of this play in Nehru's thinking?
No, I think it's very important, actually. Yeah, and again, I talk about Crocker because Crocker writes about this extensively in his book. Nehru is a man alone, not only and especially after he's after Gandhi's death, because Gandhi very much was a figure he could approach for guidance, for advice. After Gandhi's death, he really is alone, and that's what Crocker writes. He's a man with really no friends, and his kind of singular focus in life is his work. And by the time that Nehru's prime minister, he's, especially once you get to the latter part of his reign, past 1955, he has no confidants, he has no friends. So in some ways, he's quite a sad sort of figure, a sad old lonely figure at that point in his life, and I assume that would kind of really feed into how you think and how you perceive things. He's very isolated. He's very dependent on the few kind of people around him for information, and a lot of them are not really, as you say, as you mentioned in the case of the Babri Masjid, the appearance of the idols, etc., is that they're not reliable. Nehru had always been a bit of an outlier that way, because the Congress, as I said, sociologically rested on Hinduism. It's very interesting, and it's now become really unfashionable to talk about the growth of Indian nationalism and the Congress in that way. But the Congress grew very much through an engagement with local politics, and that revolved around some temple agitations, or kind of getting agitations over small time contracts once municipal government became a thing. So the Congress organization, the rank and file, very much came from those backgrounds. Nehru was unlike any of his colleagues either, and even someone like Patel, even though he had gone and studied in Britain, etc., was not a urbane, sophisticated, cosmopolitan man like Nehru was. And that's part of the reason that made Patel very appealing to the rank and file of the Congress, was that he was one of them. He was like them. He came from having worked as a lawyer, and really worked his way up through the Congress hierarchy by being Gandhi's foot soldier, doing the admin and organizational work. Nehru, on the other hand, is not really like that. Nehru never really holds a job until he becomes prime minister, and he's also more. In a way, he appeals to the Indian public over the organization. There's a very revealing lecture that Krishna Menon once gave in Britain, where he spoke about Nehru's kind of way of relaxation. It sounds funny now when you say it, and he says, when Nehru wanted to relax, he went and gave a speech to the crowd, because nothing energized him as much as adoring crowds. So Nehru in that way was very much a man of the people, and very much the heir to Gandhi's legacy, rather than the kind of man who held Congress together. And it's interesting that people somehow assume that Nehru stole the prime ministership from Patel. Actually, Nehru became prime minister because very cleverly, after all of these people came out of jail, Azad had been Congress president for, 5 or 6 years. It was clear that the British were going to leave. Gandhi had Nehru made Congress president because that was the top job. That's what would allow him really the kind of surest shot for the top job, and it does. Nehru is invited to be the vice president in council to the viceroy in the interim government, and he's invited to be that by virtue of being Congress president. And so he doesn't really steal it. He is being lined up for it from day one, and Patel always has the possibility of saying no, but he doesn't. And part of it is due to really his loyalty to Gandhi, but part of it, I think, also is that Patel realizes that he doesn't have that kind of charisma and popularity that Nehru seems to. Everyone who meets Nehru is charmed by him. Everyone kind of sees the effect that he has on crowds, and how the Indian public really adores him. So he's there's always really two sides of looking at that. But he does make a very isolated figure as prime minister, and there's no doubt about that. As soon as and the more time goes on, the more ill-informed he gets. As many of his close friends and colleagues pass away, the more isolated and lonely he gets, to the extent that by the late 50s and early 60s, even people are kind of openly don't think they openly think he really doesn't have it in him to continue as prime minister, but it's just by sheer force of personality, because he's Nehru, the man who led the country to independence, that he's still there, and nobody can really dream of challenging him.
By the way, just a question as an aside. Since you mentioned the phrase, a man who led the country to independence, there is a school of thought that holds that regardless of the entire freedom struggle, colonialism would have ended anyway. It wasn't economically feasible. That, the British were just so hammered by the Second World War that for economic reasons, they would just have left in any case. So when you say that, oh, Gandhi got us freedom, or Nehru got us freedom, or oh, so and so, that's a sort of a post facto narrative that is not entirely false, but also perhaps embellished by the victors. So what is your take on that?
No, I think you're completely right. I mean, colonialism was going to collapse, but crucially, it was going to end anyway. Right from the 1930s, the British had openly declared that actually dominion status was the end goal. India was invited as a participant at the discussions that drafted the Statutes of Westminster, which gave dominion status to Australia, New Zealand, Canada, etc., and South Africa. So that was very much the idea. That was the idea behind the Government of India Act. And if not now, then maybe, if not in 1947, maybe, it would have taken another 10 years. But the British at that point were quite clear that they were eventually going to leave. And the hold up even to the Government of India Act, the reason that the central part of the act didn't come into fruition was not because the British didn't want a central legislature, which is what was going to be created, but it was because the Indians couldn't agree among themselves, as to what they really wanted the central part of the Government of India Act to look like. The princes couldn't agree on whether they were agreeable to federating with British India, which is what, again, the British were trying to do. And Indian politicians themselves couldn't really agree on what the sort of mechanisms for representation at the central level were going to be as well. So, there was a lot of the delay came about because of lack of agreement amongst crucial stakeholders in India. And now we kind of look over it and say, well, actually, and this is again a narrative that has come from the Congress, that the Congress was essentially the representative of the nation, and everybody else was kind of an interloper who didn't really deserve a seat at the table. So power should have been handed over to the Congress. That is one way of looking at it. And, maybe the Congress did represent a large majority of opinion in India, but it equally didn't represent all of it. So I think there's considerable force to the argument that actually colonialism was well on its way out. If not 1945, probably would have been 1955. But it's hard to imagine the British staying on any longer than that.
Maybe just to jump in and add a couple of things. The first is that people generally, when they sort of look back at the founding fathers, especially Patel, etc., they don't really see that despite anything, there was a great amount of reform-mindedness amongst Hindus, which has, again, seemingly disappeared in the latter parts of the 20th century. So many of the people who were sort of populating the Congress Party and who were active in Hindu movements were active in Hindu reform movements. This is very different from Hindu orthodox institutions, which try to uphold some ancient code that they've distilled in places like Banaras. So these are people who are influenced more by Punjab, Gujarat, and North Indian places than they are by some deep Brahmanical culture, which they seek to preserve. So the reform-mindedness was much easier to implement for Nehru at that time than it would be for any leader, regardless of how much a party stands today. All of these things seem impossible today. So when we look back, we are seeking other people who may have given resistance to it, but we don't really allow for a space where there was agreement amongst large parts of the reform-minded population amongst Hindus, which also thought to do away with many of the excesses that they saw in the personal law that the British had granted to Hinduism. And the second thing that I wanted to add is that it was very much a dispute. So Nehru does not just misread the communal question, but he also misreads the big political question, and that is how sovereignty is passed on between the British Raj and independent India. Now, Jinnah, the constitutionalist, is much better equipped in order to see a specific form of continuation, where he sees an act that is implemented in Britain that gives sovereignty to India. And then the question that Indian politicians then have to engage with is how do they distribute? How do they distribute that? And then for Jinnah, of course, it becomes a question of two nations that are distinct and that therefore require specific assurances in order to operate or function under a specific form of governmentality, of governance. Whereas for Nehru, what he sees when he sees the Constituent Assembly is essentially the birthing place of sovereignty. So he sees the Indian Constituent Assembly and he says, we are giving birth to sovereignty itself. And of course, that leads to his big dispute with Jinnah in 47, where Nehru says that all the assurances and all the agreements that we have worked out, the Congress and the Muslim League, can now be changed by the Constituent Assembly because the Constituent Assembly is sovereign. And when something is sovereign, they can do whatever they want. And Jinnah saying that I'm not going to go into a Constituent Assembly if anything can happen because I need assurances. I represent a minority. And then when the Constituent Assembly is finally called in, what happens is that the Muslim League boycotts it. And for that reason, because they say, we don't want to go and enter a debate where everything is up for grabs, because that would leave us exposed to potential harm that could happen because we do not represent the majority. And if the majority disagrees with the tracts that we have signed in order to secure our safety, then we leave with nothing. And then we can also no longer challenge it. But that's the essential crux of this matter, presented in a brutally broken down and simplistic way. But this is really where the moment of the birthing of Indian independence comes into play. And if one follows that narrative and says, well, yes, it was this magical moment that the Constituent Assembly suddenly birthed sovereignty and, then created this wonderful nation, then one could run with that and one could run with Nehru's narrative, and he becomes this larger than life persona who led the Indian people against the colonial struggle into independence. But the very sober story is that there was no way that colonialism could have continued. And I'm not just thinking about the economic story, which is one in many, but also because globally, there was no way that anybody could legitimize colonialism in this raw manner as it was implemented in Britain over India at that time. So whereas we have pockets where colonialism tends to continue, it's in a slightly changed form, as we see with the apartheid system in South Africa. It's no longer this sort of rigorous civilization mission colonialism that we had in Britain. So that narrative has died. And it has died with the two world wars. I mean, where is European civilizational advantage when you see them, slaughtering themselves in two world wars? So that story can no longer be told in any credible manner. So after the Second World War and the decimation of European states, that civilizational narrative has died, and that is what backed up much of colonialism. So it was clear that colonialism was going to disappear. I think there's very few people who would actually challenge that.
Yeah, I mean, in a sense, it was clear that colonialism would disappear, but in a sense, it lives on. Like, what was a key quality of colonialism that people objected to? It was the oppressive state, and we just took over that oppressive state and is there. But I've done an episode on VP Menon, for example, how he, helped Patel get the union together, convince all the states, and that whole process seems to me to be a kind of fast track colonialism. What the British did over hundreds of years, Patel and Menon managed in a few months or 2 or 3 years, they kind of managed to do. And I always feel, when I read that portion of our history, I feel so uneasy over what it was done, the force, the coercion, the violence, broken promises often. So today I can sit and say that, hey, I love my beautiful country, but the point is there are people in Kashmir or the Northeast who would say that colonialism lives on. So these are complicated arguments that still carry on because the past never really dies.
Maybe just to add, so when I said colonialism was dead in its classical form, I meant as racial superiority and civilizational superiority. That argument died. The concentration of executive power and top-down state things, that continues to today. That I mean, that's a bigger question, if that will ever disappear or not.
Absolutely. So let's talk about the first of the debates in your book, which is really fascinating because there is this larger question behind it. Now, when I sort of read the history of that period, and one thing I constantly have to remind myself is to put aside the hindsight bias. It is easy to look at the history of India and think that, oh, India in the form that we know it always existed. But of course, it did not. It was an idea. It was an idea that had to be given shape. In some sense, Nehru's discovery of India was also an invention of India, in a manner of speaking. This whole notion of India at that point was something abstract, something up in the air. The notion of Islam was not. Islam was a real thing, history over hundreds of years. And one of the debates which I'd like you to kind of fill me in on a little bit, and how that debate evolved, is on how, Muslims in India see themselves. Like you spoke about how after the British came, they got the space to think about stuff and all of that. Iqbal himself writes about the evolution of Islam, and how, after 1799, which was a low point, then, there is a sort of a brave new wave of thinking. He points to Wahhab as being one of the people who started that. But it seems to me that one of the fundamental sort of conflicts that there must be in an Indian Muslim pre-independence, pre-India therefore, is that what is your primary identity as such, if you are to pick one of the two? Is this India which doesn't exist, this nationalism that, Nehru keeps talking about? Or is it Islam itself? And is there this larger Islamic Ummah and you're part of that, and a nationality is just like a nation state is just happenstance of where you happen to be geographically located, but your actual allegiance is to this, this larger entity? And how is this playing out? And this is one of the reasons I kind of think about Gandhi's alliance with the Ali brothers for the Khilafat movement to be so weird and incoherent, because what the Ali brothers are asking for is a restoration of the caliphate and the larger Islamic Ummah, and what Gandhi of course wants is the smaller cause of nation, India as an independent country. And it just seems that, I mean, obviously they come together for political exigency, and it's just a practical alliance which works out so well for Gandhi. But give me a sense of how within Islam that notion is kind of developing, and how is thought kind of developing along those lines, like through the 19th century and leading up to independence? Because really the debate between Iqbal and Nehru seems to be a continuation of a larger debate, right?
Okay, I'm trying to answer. This is a big question, but I'm trying to answer it backwards. And I go to the big moment in the early 20th century, which is the Khilafat movement. So the Khilafat movement is a movement that appears in India, where many Muslims rally together and go onto the streets and say they want to preserve the Ottoman Caliphate. Now, Indians and the Ottoman Caliphate in general don't really have that much in common, because the Ottoman Empire expanded in different directions and therefore had no direct connection. There were a couple of intermarriages between Muslim noblemen and the family of the Ottoman ruler, but by and large, regular Indians didn't really converse about topics that were happening in Turkey. And here we're talking about the end of the First World War, where the Ottomans had joined the side of the Germans and are therefore now occupied because they've lost the war. And because they're occupied, Britain, which is now the occupier, is thinking about splintering up the Ottoman Empire and also changing some of the structural things that are happening in this country. But Britain, of course, has always been very wary of touching anything that has to do with religion. So they don't really think about doing away with the system of the caliphate, that is the system that had been in place under the Ottoman rulers. But there's a big reform movement around Mustafa Kemal, who's a Muslim nationalist leader. And like many Muslim nationalist leaders of the early 20th century, he wants to change things radically. One of the things that he wants to get rid of is the caliphate. So he and the Young Turks, which is the entire movement that is sort of gathered around him, rebelling against what they see as an archaic system that is governing them, and they seek modernity. They want to be governed with the Swiss civil code, and they want to, write in the alphabet with the Latin alphabet that the Europeans are using, and get rid of the Arabic script. And what really happens is that message is received in very different ways in India, and it's received in a way as Britain interfering with religion. Now, because Britain is also ruling over India, they think that, well, if they start meddling with religion there, it's not far that they may start meddling with religion here. And people who have become some type of spokesperson for the Muslim population are sort of going out on the streets and saying that, oh my God, religion is in danger. Islam is in danger. The Ummah, which is this conceptual body of all Muslims, regardless of where they live, is in danger of being splintered up by imperial forces, and we have to prevent that. And that's an odd thing because there's no immediate interest. Like there's a secondary interest that this may also happen in India, but there's no immediate interest for them to do so. And that's, of course, an idea that appeals to Gandhi. He loves anything that is disinterested action. So he says, wow, okay, so you have a cause that is not related to you, but you're doing it in a sacrificial manner. That's an argument that is beautifully outlined by Faisal Devji in his book on The Impossible Indian, a book on Gandhi. He says, okay, you're doing that over there in Turkey, which has no connection and no immediate connection to what's happening in India, so I'm going to support you. And that's really the holy/unholy alliance, depending on where one stands on the development in Indian history, that happens between Gandhi and the Khilafat movement, which leads to people who are moderate, like Muhammad Ali Jinnah, who really joins the Muslim League and becomes the leader there, to not engage with this movement, which they see as something unleashing forces that can later on no longer be controlled. So when we look at, sort of that development, we see that there's a specific form in which emotions are aroused amongst many of the Muslims, and may have been, even though Jinnah doesn't engage with it directly, it's a technique that he goes on to use later on in the 1940s when he's trying to whip up a specific support for the idea of Pakistan and Muslim separatism. So if we go further back, there's many other things that happen and that sort of inform the debate that Nehru is having with Iqbal. And one of the most interesting things that I found about the debate that Iqbal is having with Nehru is that the movement that they're discussing, the Muslim reform movement that they're discussing, is a movement that is quintessentially Indian. So it's born in Qadian. There's a man in the 19th century by the name of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad who claims to be a messiah. So he says that I've come to reform Islam, and I'm a messiah, but I'm also a reformer of Hinduism. So I'm also coming as an avatar of Vishnu. So I come in many faces and I bring all of these faiths together, and we will start a new great age, like a millenarian vision of sort of the future of humanity. Now, he receives, very much like the Arya Samaj and other Hindu reform movement, a type of following that consists of many civil servants. So these are people who have moved to cities, who are now occupying positions of smallish power, but taken together, they form essentially the cluster of people who can move big things within the colonial apparatus. And many of the people in his movement, early adapters to his movements, like his ideas, because his ideas say that, hey, we can adapt to modernity in a better way. We don't have to return to Islam as it was sort of written in the earlier ages, but we can, sort of do new things with it, sort of comply with British colonialism. It's one of his messages, is that colonialism isn't all that bad as long as we have religious freedom. Why should we really splinter away? And people like Muhammad Iqbal are also taken by that movement. So many of his family members have very favorable views of what's happening and what's coming out of Qadian. And Iqbal is also never speaks out in any negative manner throughout his life, apart from the 1930s, when suddenly he comes out with a couple of pamphlets where he's saying that we have to fight back against the innovations that are happening within Islam and that are sort of threatening the specific, the core of Islam to disappear. And that puts him in a somewhat awkward position because now he has to identify what the core of Islam is. And that's a question that many Muslim theologians have fought over hundreds and hundreds of years. But Iqbal comes up with a new answer to that old question. And the new answer is that there's two elements that constitute Muslim identity. One of them being Tawheed, which is the oneness of God, monotheism and all of that, which may not come as a surprise. The second one is Khatm Nabuwat, which essentially means that the prophethood of Muhammad, peace be upon him, is the last one. So nothing can come after that. No direct form of communication can occur between the divine and humankind after that. Now, that has always been an Islamic doctrine, so Iqbal is not inventing it. But he's putting it on a pedestal of saying that this is the most important one. And he centers his entire political theory around that. So later on, the exact development of Iqbal's thought, it's something that I discuss again in my book, but everything becomes geared around that question. And for Nehru, when he comes into that debate and he sort of converses with Iqbal over this topic, he doesn't immediately understand the gravity of things because he says, well, here's a reformer who's come with a new message and he's articulating it. He's not calling people to pick up arms and, cause great damage to society. So what really is Iqbal's problem of writing so harshly against them and saying that they should be excluded from Islam because they've adopted a new prophet? And that's really where it takes off. So the debate between two of the biggest thinkers that we have in India in the 20th century really erupts over a smallish reform movement from Punjab.
This whole debate really was so incredibly fascinating for me, and it's also fascinating because it makes one think about nationalism, because the debate is really about two things, about religion and about nationalism. And at one point Iqbal writes, and I'll quote, "The student of history knows very well that Islam was born at a time when the old principles of human unification, such as blood relationship and throne culture, were failing. It therefore finds the principle of human unification not in the blood and bones but in the mind of man. Indeed, a social message to mankind is de-racialize yourself or perish by internecine war. It is no exaggeration to say that Islam looks askance at nature's race-building plans and creates, by means of its peculiar institutions, an outlook which would counteract race-building forces of nature." Stop quote. And later he clarifies that what, the objection that he has to a particular kind of nationalism, he sort of tries to break down what it means to him. And he says, quote, "Nationalism in the sense of love of one's country and even readiness to die for its honor is a part of the Muslim's faith. It comes into conflict with Islam only when it begins to play the role of a political concept and claims to be a principle of human solidarity, demanding that Islam should recede to the background of a mere private opinion and cease to be a living factor in the national life." Stop quote. And this is, of course, how Nehru defines his nationalism per se, that the nation state is everything, the laws of the nation state will be the laws that the citizens obey, and religion is in your personal domain. And Iqbal is really saying that, no, you need to get a reality check. Society is complex. You can't just assume that society is a blank slate and put a state on top and, all of that. We have to take this into account, and the first of the letters from Iqbal in that, where he's responding to Nehru, seems, it seems like he's patiently, without saying it in so many words, he's saying, listen, you have no idea. Let me explain to you. And then he goes into his notion of Islam, which is incredibly fascinating. So one, is that a sort of a correct summation or understanding that, of what Islam's core objection to Nehru's point was? And two, would you then say that these views are completely incompatible? That, the way that it played out in modern India is, of course, more based on Nehru's nationalism. And I think we'd all kind of agree with that kind of vision, in the sense that, religion recedes to the private space. But Nehru seems to take it to an extreme and imagine that it is not an issue at all. Society is a blank slate. So what are your sort of thoughts on that?
I mean, just briefly to continue from the train of thought.
So sorry, I thought you
finished. No, I had finished, but then, with your question, it sort of opens up in like 50 different dimensions. The important thing is to, again, to look at the type of century that we're in. So in the 20th century, the basic idea of the nation state, where the nation is sort of united through the sort of Blut and Boden variety of Herder and the other German philosophers, where they say it's essentially about soil and, ethnicity, etc., that had all failed, right? So that has failed, and quite miserably. And what happens here is that Iqbal, being the modernist that he is, goes on to say that, well, if this type of living together and constituting a nation doesn't work, the only way it can work is through any type of idea, is in the realm of ideas, where it's no longer something material that can unite people, but it's something spiritual that can unite people. And here he moves on and says that, well, Islam solves that problem for us. So we can be a nation, we can be together and have that conception without falling into the same fallacy of saying that it must be territory, or it must be ethnicity, or it must be language, or it must be any of the other factors that sort of European states had used in order to come to terms with their nationhood. And here I do feel that Nehru, for Iqbal, is making the mistake of not taking anything else, but it's at least taking territory as the idea of nationhood. It's people who occupy this specific land, and they can belong to any group, any ethnicity, any religion, but the constitution will turn them into subjects and citizens of the Indian Republic. And for Iqbal, that is a possibility. So that could happen, of course. But he says that at a deeper level, people would always require more. They would require a sort of spiritual pendant. And that he sees being written out of the modern state practices that Nehru tries to implement. And he's pushing against that.
Iqbal's essays in this was so fascinating because I was learning so much, and it gave me kind of rabbit holes to go down at a later point in time. And in one of them, he talks a lot about the three forces ruling Islam which need to be countered, and he talks about, Mullaism, where he talks about how mullahs are extremely conservative, would not allow any freedom of ijtihad, that is, the forming of independent judgment in matters of law and so on. He talks about mysticism, where he says, quote, the masses of Islam was swayed by the kind of mysticism which blinked actualities, enervated the people, and kept them steeped in all kinds of superstition, stop quote. And the third factor he talks about is Muslim kings, where he writes, quote, the gaze of Muslim kings was solely fixed on their own dynastic interests, and who, as long as these were protected, did not hesitate to sell their countries to the highest bidder, stop quote. And he sees, progress happening against all three of those. And one of those, as he points out, is materialism, where he says, quote, materialism is a bad weapon against religion, but it is quite an effective one against mullah craft and Sufi craft, which deliberately mystify the people with a view to exploiting their ignorance and credulity. The spirit of Islam is not afraid of its contact with matter. Indeed, the Quran says, and now he's quoting, forget not thy share in the world, stop quote. And you also see this in the 20th century, where reformers like Syed Ahmad Khan are, setting up universities, focusing on education. And this makes me wonder that whereas someone like Nehru, his point of view would just have that one focus: how do we get independence, right? And how do we get rid of colonialism? But for a Muslim who's looking at Muslim society, for example, the focus is different. The focus is on, as a society, how do we progress as Muslims? Perhaps, some might even say the British Empire is a good thing, because if they weren't there, then we are outnumbered massively. And here, at least on paper, they treat us equally. And in many places, we are the elites, and so on and so forth. So is there also a sort of tension here where Nehru has a uniform focus, which is the independence of India, and as a secondary thing, getting Indians out of poverty and so on and so forth. In fact, I forget whether it was just one of them or both of them, but his responses to, I think, perhaps both of Jinnah and Iqbal in this book kind of talk about that people are poor, you should be worried about that. What is this shit about, taking religion so seriously? So is this an issue that, in a sense, they are coming at it from really different places? Like, there's that old saying about where you stand depends on where you sit. So does that kind of become a factor, which means that the dialogue, enlightening as it is for people like me reading it after so many decades, doesn't achieve anything because they're talking at cross purposes?
Just to connect this point to a sort of broader point, which is to say that minorities have always fared better under imperial conditions than they have under the nation state, because the nation state logic is something that doesn't really deal well with small numbers. And they very quickly can be turned into internal enemies that then have to be pushed out of the borders, which explains many of the big movements that happened when the nation states were implemented around the world in the 19th and 20th century. Mass movements of people being driven out of their lands. And essentially the minority question is a modern question. So when we start thinking about what a minority is, it's a modern question. So for Muslims, once they understood in the early 20th century that in any democratic republic that they would be participants in, they would be in a permanent minority, things for them started to look very, very different than for somebody like Nehru. For Nehru, you essentially summarized it so beautifully that I don't even know if I should add much more. But essentially, his big problem was independence, whereas the big question for Jinnah wasn't independence. That was a given that it was going to come, but it was safeguards. What are the constitutional safeguards that you can give me, you who speak for the majority, that I know that my people will be safe? And these are very fundamentally different questions. And that changes the entirety of their outlook.
An interesting aspect of that chapter where Iqbal is talking about the Ahmadiyas and his objection to them, and one of the ways in which he states it is he talks about the pre-Islam situation, where essentially you'd have different dispensations in power at different points in time, and what he terms as one religious adventurer would come and everybody would follow him, and then another religious adventurer would come and everybody would follow him, and that's kind of what was happening, and therefore he gives that particular tenet of Islam so much importance. He calls it world changing, that there is a prophet and he's the last prophet. So that's an end to religious adventurers. You have a continuity there, and along that line you can proceed. And in fact, the definition you pointed out, that there is only, those two aspects, there is only one God and there was a last prophet and there will be no others. And he says that anyone who accepts these two is a Muslim. And then within that, you can go in different directions. You can have arguments on different things. These two are the only fundamental things. And of course, the Ahmadiyas fail on the second count, where they say that, no, I'm not just an avatar of Vishnu, I'm also your prophet, and so on. But I was struck here by the phrase that he used for those pre-Magianistic times, as it were, the phrase being religious adventurer. And could it be the case that, in a sense, in a manner of speaking, Iqbal could have looked at something like Nehru as also a religious adventurer? Like, of course, he's an atheist and he's secular and all of that, but he's also coming with an ideology, with its own dogmas, with its own certainties and all of that. And therefore, Nehru is, in a sense, and I'm just thinking aloud, as much of a threat as the Ahmadiyas are, that nationalism is as much of a threat, therefore, to Islam as a breakaway sect or a reformist movement could be.
For a believer, the big difference, of course, would be the difference between revelation and rationality. With revelation being something that trumps everything, that is unchangeable and that is eternal. So once you have somebody who comes and says that I've received this as eternal wisdom directly from the divine, there's no debate that is to be had. So I don't think he would really classify Nehru in that category, because whatever Nehru does, wherever his socialism comes from, it's not a revelation, but he's basing it on rationality, saying that, hey, here I have specific economic reforms that we can implement, and once we've implemented them, there's going to be good things that will come out of it. We will alleviate poverty, we will make, and then of course all of the promises that he makes, but he has to make these promises. You don't have to make these promises when you receive revelation. Then the conversation is a very different one. Then you come with commandments. That you say this is how it's going to be, right? Like Moses, of course, and other prophets. So Iqbal is very fearful of having that type of pre-modern thinking still prevalent in Islam, because he sees it purged with the arrival of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, because he says now it's finished. So it's done, and now what we can do is only use rationality. So we agree on the medium of exchange, which is rationality. And within that, Nehru's opinion, despite his atheism, comes as but one other truth that you have to engage with and that you have to construct, but that you can also deconstruct. Whereas a revelation cannot be easily deconstructed in that way. And that's really Iqbal's big problem with as he called it, the prophet of Qadian, who comes and says that, oh, these are messages that I've just received from God. And Iqbal says, now there's no other engagement that I can have with these, because it's eternal, it has to be true. So the only thing is that I can say that no, this is false, and I can push it back, and I can exclude it from the Islam that I consider traditional and open to modernity. But with Nehru, he can very well engage, and this is what he does, right? So he actually engages with him. It's an engagement that he doesn't have with members of the Ahmadiyya community, many of which are his personal friends. But he doesn't have that long conversation with them, but he has it still with Nehru because he thinks that his opinion is still based on rationality.
Yeah, no, that's a great point, and I agree with you. But I would also point out that I think modern humans often tend to mistake rationalization for rationality. You could equally say that, hey, Nehru got a revelation from Lasky, or Nehru got a revelation from so and so, but he instead couched it in rational language and said, this is how society should be ordered for the good of blah, 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 without perhaps knowing himself that that's kind of what he was doing. But leaving that aside, I mean, the entire debate was really fascinating. And what's interesting is that you point out that in a sense, both of them were proved wrong. So can you elaborate on that a little bit? I found that so fascinating that it's such an enriching debate, firstly. And if you come from each person's priors, you kind of have to agree with them. And yet, so there's a lot of truth in what they both say, but they were both kind of proved wrong by history. So elaborate on that a bit.
The first thing is, of course, that Nehru is right because he says that once we adopt the view that Iqbal is proposing, the state ends up just trying to prosecute people who've blasphemed. So the state is just put in a very awkward position where it has to sort of constantly go after people who are violating any type of eternal law. So the important thing here that I forgot to mention earlier is that Iqbal is pushing the crown, so the colonial state, in order to implement constitutional reforms for the exclusion of Ahmadis. So he's not just saying is that they should be excluded from Islam, and that's a critical point, but he's saying that modern state structure should come in and exclude them for us. So it should be written down in the constitution that these people cannot call themselves Muslim. It's a very big change. And Nehru, of course, says that, well, that would mean intervention of the state into religion, which is something that Indians have fought very hard for, that it wouldn't happen. And it's one of the spaces that Indian had relative freedom to express themselves. One of the reasons that so many reformist movements are popping up in India in the late 19th century is because this space is fairly unregulated and people can still go out and express themselves, which they can't in the political sphere because there's a fear that they will be slapped with sedition charges. So Nehru is, of course, right if we look at Pakistan, for instance, which is a state which is repeatedly put in a position where it has to prosecute people for blasphemous issues. And they come, or the judges come in the difficulty that they have to revert back to a precedent which they don't really have. So then they have to enter Sharia law, and then they have to bring up arguments in order to say why what has happened accounts for blasphemy, which is difficult for a state structure to do because these are essentially theological questions. On the other hand, we also see that with the rise of the BJP in India, where blasphemy has now started to become a thing again, which it wasn't for much of the, say, from the 50s to throughout the 80s. So Nehru was very perceptive and correct in his assessment that once we open this Pandora's box where we allow the state to take over essentially theological questions, it very quickly spills over into violence and purges and much of the things that we now see in happening in Pakistan and in India. And Iqbal was correct that in a sense, if one doesn't protect anything within a religion, but exposes it entirely against the sort of modern backdrop of progress and transformation, then it's very easy that one loses the core and has nothing that remains through which one can unite people. So in a sense, what happens is that the Nehruvianism, which was not rooted within anything specifically Indian, but it took its cues from many things that were imported from the outside. And, if you want to be very blasphemous, I mean, as you were earlier, you would say they came from straight as a revelation from Lasky into the Nehruvian thought. But if you want to go down that route, then it becomes clear that such a construction will always lead to a backlash, a nativist backlash. And then you could make the argument in order to support Iqbal's case that if Nehru would have been more open towards the religious forces and accommodated them better, then it wouldn't have led to the sort of nativist backlash that we've seen with the BJP and the Hindu right, because he would have been able to bring both of them together. So it's interesting because both of these thinkers say something that is truthful, but at the same time, both of the visions, taken apart, lead to these very sort of different consequences.
Yeah, because the world is complex and there are multitudes and everything. Let's talk about Jinnah now. Now, one, there is, of course, we discuss the accidents of happenstance, which we often say where you stand depends on where you sit. And again, they sat in really different places because of events, and Gandhi had a lot to do with that. And we've sort of discussed that. I read the letters that you reproduced, and one of the interesting things there is I'm just trying to put myself in Jinnah's mind, that here is a guy who, a couple of decades before this was a leading light of the Congress and expected to take it over. And now he's having to talk with a guy who was just a kid then, who has what he might consider to be simplistic notions, who is a follower of a man he really doesn't like, which is Gandhi, who basically cut his ticket in the party. And this guy is lecturing to him that, hey, the Congress does this, the Congress does that. I am so generous, so I will speak to you and we will discuss it. And there is that kind of dynamic, which is really interesting. And what also strikes me in the letters is that Nehru is, trying so hard to be gracious in the sense of, tell me what your problems are, list them, let's talk about them. I want to talk, I want to meet, I want to do all of that. And Jinnah initially in the exchange is just like, no, it's, I'm not going to do this over a letter. I'm not a petitioner. We have to meet in person and so on and so forth. And he's just basically being difficult. And Nehru is saying, no, tell me what you want. And we'll discuss about them bit by bit. And then Jinnah eventually alludes to it, and he's puts a couple of articles out there, and one of them has these 8 points. He alludes to a 14-point program, and then Nehru really gets into the weeds and kind of starts talking about it. So one, what were the principal differences, and two, was the argument really in good faith on either side?
Maybe I can just come in on that question briefly before I'm sure Tripurdaman has stuff to add on this as well. But the main way in which Jinnah is reconstructed in much of in much of historical books, regardless if they happen to be scholarly accounts or not, and regardless if they are very fond of of Jinnah as a politician or antagonistic to Jinnah as a politician, one of the things that everybody agrees upon is that Jinnah approached the entire debate that happened at the eve of independence between the Congress and the Muslim League as a hard-nosed constitutional lawyer showing no emotions and being completely almost detached from the topic that he was arguing. And then the sort of basic thinking goes that Jinnah has always been like an amazing lawyer and he's always fought cases. And, one of the ways in which you fight cases, even in things that you don't believe in, is to just argue the best possible case for your client. Pakistan being the client, Jinnah being, the person that has grown larger in stature simply because it's just reflective of the sort of bigger movement that is kind of behind him. And I've always found that very troubling because there must have been an emotional side to that man as well. And that emotional side is very easily to discover when we see his sort of love marriage that he has with a Parsi woman, that we see the way in which he tries to cultivate his personal relationships. So clearly there is this emotional dimension that nobody really wants to engage with, and simply do away with Jinnah as a constitutional lawyer, bickering over point 1, point 2, point 3. So part of the reason we selected this conversation, because we could have also selected other conversation that he's having with Nehru in the 40s, is to show that it is not Jinnah who's the person who's bringing up point 1, point B, and point 2 and point 3 in paragraph 6, but it's actually Nehru who's the one that, we have a debate here, so let's just structure it in this legalistic manner, and then let's try to solve it. Whereas Jinnah says that this is not a legal question, this is not a constitutional question, this is a question of minorities and majorities, this is a question of democracy, and these questions cannot be solved through simplistic legalistic thinking. And the moment that Jinnah sort of transcends the law and the constitution, I think we get a much better picture of him as a person, of him as a thinker, and of him contributing to the emergence of the two nation states, because inadvertently he gave birth to both India and Pakistan, because otherwise it's conceptually not possible. But the main purpose of bringing in these lectures was to show that there's a larger sort of human side to Jinnah, that of course there is. It just boggles my mind that for 7 decades, it's just this one figure who, as I read in a recent biography, cried only once when his wife died. So once. He's never done it otherwise, because clearly otherwise the biographer would have known. So the very assumption that these historians had who wrote about Jinnah is, for me, just violates like common sense. And as a first sort of contribution, we wanted to bring in that debate in order to open it up and say, like, hey, who's he as a person? And can he be a person that thinks beyond the law and that is not tied down by the law?
No, and just to kind of briefly jump in after Adeel, it's also important to remember the backdrop to this conversation. So one, of course, is, as you mentioned, putting yourself in Jinnah's shoes. You're the big leader who essentially has the Congress taken away from him, and he has an upstart who, well, isn't particularly well qualified, doesn't really have any achievement to his name, is young, is also the son of someone who had been your colleague. Motilal and Jinnah had very much been colleagues, and so for Jinnah is also in a way coming up against a brash upstart, and he anybody would sort of bristle a bit at that point. But equally, there's the political backdrop, which is as important, if not more important, than the sort of personal relationship, which is that there have been elections in the provinces under the Government of India Act. Congress has won mostly, but in UP, where the Congress has won, there has been a proposal to have a coalition ministry, which Azad has gone and set up, and the Muslim League is eager to enter. And then Nehru basically torpedoes the proposal by going and saying, well, why didn't the party wind up and just join the Congress? Why should there be a coalition? So essentially that proposal is torpedoed. Nehru is also the brains behind what comes up as the Muslim outreach program that the Congress launches, and for which it actually piggybacks a lot, and a lot more so than Jinnah, on the Muslim clergy, on the sort of Deobandi clergy who they wish to use as a sort of conduit to Muslim public opinion. And so ultimately, of course, that drive fails, and the rest is history as we know them. But so those are two very, very important political backdrops. And so this conversation is happening at the time where Jinnah basically feels that Nehru and the Congress are also mounting a sort of effort in a way to kind of existentially challenge the Muslim League, and in a way that also threatens Muslim political rights, because once you accept the argument that the Congress effectively speaks for all Indians, so it's the only kind of legitimate body to which the colonial state can transfer power, it is to accept the argument that the Muslims do not require these sort of mechanisms to protect their political rights. And equally, for Jinnah, it would mean accepting redundancy, which neither he nor the Muslim League at that point are willing to accept. And so I think a lot of the kind of icy tone that this conversation carries, almost, where you feel that they're talking at cross purposes, comes from the fact that there is at that point an existential threat for the Muslim League from the Congress. And that's, even though it's never really talked about explicitly in those terms, that very much informs where the two men are coming from. Because for Nehru, the Muslim League, what the elections have demonstrated is that the Muslim League is a spent force, that it doesn't really have that much political relevance. So, why should they really be treated in a way as sort of equals at a bargaining table? And for Jinnah, the idea is that, well, if you can, go back on your word as you've done in UP, that's what will happen in democracy is that, you'll say, well, we don't need you, go and sit in a corner or do as you're told. Then how can Muslim political rights be guaranteed in a democracy where the Congress will always hold the whip hand? Structurally hold the whip hand. So that political backdrop really, really informs this conversation, and it's worth really keeping in mind as well.
In your book, you've also mentioned, for example, the 1937 provincial elections, which of course was a big win for the Congress, but not so much for Jinnah, where you write, quote, Jinnah suffered a crushing defeat. His All India Muslim League secured less than 5% of the Muslim vote. Although the slim vote share amounted to some 108 seats from 485 reserved for Muslims under the communal award, Jinnah had failed to move voters in Punjab and Bengal with his plea that Indian Muslims had to stand under the political flag of a single party. And he scored seats primarily in Muslim minority areas. In Bengal, Muslim voters flocked to the local Krishak Praja Party. In Punjab, they resorted to Sikandar Hayat Khan's Unionist Party in droves. Both the Muslim League and the Congress had failed to make significant inroads to Muslim voters. And therefore, the question is that, at one level, of course, Jinnah leaves the Congress because he's just pissed off at what the hell is happening, Gandhi and Khilafat and this upstart Jawahar and all of that. So he quits and then he goes in this other direction. And you wonder whether it is happenstance upon happenstance in the sense that once he has locked himself into this position where he's part of the Muslim League and he's fighting for Pakistan, the rest of his life, in a sense, regardless of what he believes, really becomes this legalistic battle to ensure this one outcome, whether or not he actually has the people with him, because he's not in that sense a man of the masses. I mean, the other big change that kind of happens with Gandhi's emergence is that the nationalistic movement actually becomes a national movement with leaders like Gandhi and then his acolytes like Patel and Nehru being able to gather large crowds and becoming mass leaders, which Jinnah really wasn't. And so one can understand sort of Nehru's frustration with that. Like at one point, in this section, he also talks about how this is really an upper class thing. This whole communal problem is an upper class thing and there's nothing really down there. To what extent is this true? Like, how representative were Jinnah's views of what Muslims in India actually felt? And even if the causation didn't come that way, did it begin to go the other way? Did his stances and the stances of the Muslim League kind of move it in a slightly different direction?
I mean, speaking simply from the elections that happened, yes, he grasped the spirit of the vast Muslim population, because otherwise he wouldn't have gained the majority that he does later on. So the insult that Nehru is sort of leveling against Jinnah, saying that this is purely like an upper class elite problem and that doesn't really affect the agriculture and workers, which make up the majority of the Indian population, is tied to the history of the Muslim League. The Muslim League is an association that is primarily funded and that is created by Muslim noblemen and, talukdars of the UP and people like the Aga Khan. So these are the people who sort of come together and constitute this. But on the other hand, when we look at Sikandar Hayat and we look at the Punjab agricultural parties, these are also feudal organizations. These are not organizations of the common man and the common agriculturer sort of casting their vote freely, but these are big landholders that have essentially monopolized over vast trajectories over the Punjab and that control the vote. So it's with the death of a big leader of that party, Sikandar Hayat himself, that essentially Jinnah can swoop in. So as opposed to thinking of Jinnah as, getting the political question wrong, he gets something really right, and that is that he doesn't believe that this feudalism is going to continue. So therefore, I would say that Jinnah actually reads something into the Muslim population which Nehru neglects, and that is that there is a fear that majoritarian rule will hollow out any type of advantages that they can make in a free democracy. And that is a fear, as Tripurdaman just pointed out, that is further stoked when Nehru refuses to bring in people from the Muslim League when he's formulating his cabinet, which Of course, objectively, he should have done. Like, there's no excuse for that. So even the biggest sort of fan of Nehru here has to say that that was just a big, big, big blunder, because that could have taken out the sail from the wind from the sail of the Muslim League, because once he would have accommodated the Muslim League properly, he would have shown goodwill that this is a potential constellation through which united India could be run. And by shunning that, of course, he gives away that possibility. And then with the death of some of the big feudal leaders, of course, the Punjab is completely opened up and, stands behind Jinnah and his project.
Just to just to add, it's actually not just as Adeel says. It is a mistake to kind of spurn that offer of a coalition, especially after Azad agrees to it, but it's also the launching of this sort of Muslim outreach program, which really which really kind of essentially really irks the Muslim League, because it's a bit like, okay, now we're going to go for the jugular. You haven't won any seats. Let's see if we can wipe the party out altogether. And that brings about this odd alliance with a very orthodox sort of Muslim clergy, with the Jamaat, that between the Congress and the Jamaat, on whom essentially, because the Congress doesn't really have Muslim leaders, there's a handful, and Azad is the most prominent among them. And Jinnah, derides him as a Congress showboy. So for this sort of Muslim outreach program, mass contact program, that Nehru is the driving force behind, they latch on to the Jamaat, creating a kind of very strange alliance, really, between this sort of supposedly secular Congress party and this kind of Islamist. The sort of Islamist Jamaat, on whom the Congress really wants to depend to really move into the Muslim masses and wean them away from the Muslim League. And this in itself also creates a kind of backlash, because actually it turns out most Muslims do not really want to be associated with the Congress, and it kind of spurs the Muslim League to really embrace this kind of this sort of mass politics as well. And partly, I know a lot of people, including Adeel, disagree with the arguments presented by Venkat Dhulipala in his book, but there is little doubting that actually the sort of misguided Congress attempt to kind of ride on the coattails of the Jamaat to kind of mount an existential battle against the Muslim League really backfires, because it essentially provokes the Muslim League to kind of take the battle to the people in a way that it hadn't before.
Yeah, and the Venkat Dhulipala book, of course, is In Search of a New Medina, which is also interesting. I'll link that from the show notes. There are historians who contend that the Quit India movement was a blunder from the Congress, because the entire Congress ended up in jail. And, in those years, when the Muslim League really strengthened itself, and while it was an insignificant force before that, by the time, the war ended and all the pieces fell where they were, the Muslim League were at the table. They were big players again, and partition may not have happened had Quit India, with some kind of blunder, had not happened. What's your take on that as an aside? I mean, I know it's not relevant to the book at all.
I know that Tripurdaman has a passion for what-if history, so I'll let him answer that one.
No, I mean, well, not just me. Many figures, including Nehru, thought Quit India was a blunder. Nehru didn't want it. Some, like Rajgopalachari, actually defied Gandhi to say, well, he was going to support the government. And at that point, actually, it was a blunder, because, of course, as you say, the Congress got crushed, etc. But also because it didn't really reflect. It allowed it kind of gave a very easy sort of excuse, because once the British were locked in a kind of existential struggle against the Axis powers, it made very little sense really to kind of mount this kind of movement, because there was broad support even within the Congress, especially amongst the sort of Congress radical wing. There was broad support for the war effort, because everyone saw that it was a kind of global struggle against fascism. And so it didn't achieve much. But beyond that, what it did was it was very violent. There were riots, there was destruction of government property, etc. And what it did was that it made the situation far worse once the war ended, not just because the leaders had been jailed, but also because political action had sort of really shifted gears into this sort of quite sort of riotous activity. And actually, I'd perhaps go even a step further. I would say even the non-cooperation movement was actually a blunder. It achieved nothing. A lot more would have been achieved if the Congress had gone to the roundtable conferences and shaped the formation of the Government of India Act, rather than simply saying, "Well, we're going to continue to boycott it." So. Yeah, I mean that's essentially my argument.
And just to add to that, so we've mentioned a number of scholarly books. There's another one that has really impressed me. It's written from the ground up by one of the early organizers and founders of one of the Congress chapters in the late 19th century, 1880, I think is when he creates the first chapter, is a guy called Swami Shraddhanand. He later becomes famous as the sort of Hindu monk, and then he disagrees with Gandhi over non-cooperation, and he disagrees fundamentally over the Congress treatment of Muslims, not because he's anti-Muslim, but because he thinks that this is not a way to include people into the party. And he speaks about all types of perks that Muslims are given in the different Indian National Congress meetings that happen, and that he, of course, partly organizes, partly participates in, and he sort of follows that trajectory because he lives, I think he passes away in 1926 or something. But he really sees the development of the Congress party, like from the beginning to the very end. And he has 2 chapters on this, and they're fantastic because he's writing it as he sees it. And of course, he's later one of the people, one of the few, I think, Hindus, sannyasis who speaks at the Jama Masjid and manages to unite Hindus and Muslims in a number of efforts. But essentially, like, his disagreement with Gandhi also comes over non-cooperation and over a very basic matter of the burning of cloth, of foreign cloth that Gandhi is propagating. And he just says that we have so many people who are literally walking around without proper clothing, and we are here deciding to burn them up in big piles because we want to send a political message. So the radical wing of the Congress Party, of which Gandhi, of course, is a member, always had that sort of backdrop of a more rationalistic set of ideas that didn't necessarily come in the sort of suited way as we would expect, like Muhammad Ali Jinnah with his sort of nice suits, but it also came with people who were wearing saffron robes, but who were articulating a message of communal harmony and unity that seemingly was acceptable to many Muslims, at least in New Delhi, where he was very popular.
And an interesting bit of trivia about Swami Shraddhanand is that he was actually the first Mahatma. He was given the moniker of Mahatma before Mahatma Gandhi. I think he was called Mahatma Munshi Ram or something. I forget the exact moniker, but he was the first Mahatma. And he was, in fact, the first non-Muslim to be allowed to speak from the Jama Masjid, I think in 1918, if I remember correctly. And eventually he got murdered in his home by, so another counterfactual. What if this Mahatma survives and becomes a dominant force? And, earlier when Tripurdaman was talking about the non-cooperative movement not working, or Quit India not working, or you mentioned the whole thing of why should we burn all these clothes when people don't have clothes to wear, and it kind of led me to the thought about how sometimes it's hard to tell the difference between posturing and principled defiance, though I think if it's Twitter you can just assume it's posturing. So to get back to you had one kind of passage where I felt that you really sort of nailed Nehru's approach and the way that he looked at Jinnah. And I'll again quote from your book where you write, quote, "In Nehru's unspooling of history, taking the occasional cue from Marx and Hegel, the forces of progress were constantly rubbing against the forces of reaction. Yet for most people, it was difficult to draw a line between the two because there are so many middle forces. These middle forces of vested interests muddied the picture by appealing to earthly emotions and urges." Speaking directly to Jinnah, Nehru identified the communal question as a conservative reaction to the progressive forces, employing religious identities as the primary drivers in politics as Jinnah did with his Muslim League had made him petty-minded. It had also distracted him from, and these are Nehru's words, from the real problems of the country. Stop quote. And it strikes me that if Nehru then thinks like this, that means he's already passed judgment. He slotted himself as someone for the forces of progress. He slotted Jinnah as someone for the forces of reaction. And how is any debate possible? And there is a little bit of this sort of condescending language in his letters as well, which are beautiful and eloquent as always. But Jinnah comments on the arrogance, where he says, quote, "You start by saying, I was somewhat surprised to see this list, as I had no idea you wanted to discuss many of these matters with us. Some of these are wholly covered by previous decisions of the Congress. Some others are hardly capable of discussion." Nehru's words end here, and Jinnah continues, "And then you proceed to your conclusions, having formulated the points according to your own notions. Your tone and language again display the same arrogance and militant spirit as if the Congress is a sovereign power. And as an indication, you extend your patronage by saying, obviously the Muslim League is an important communal organization," stop quote, and so on. How much of this, and you guys have obviously read much more of Nehru's letters than I haven't read too many of them besides what is in the book. So how much of the dialogues or the debates that Nehru enters into are at the same time colored by the judgments that he's already passed? This notion that he is right, he's decided he's right, and therefore he just has to convince the other person or patronize them or whatever the case might be. And do you think this was an impediment in these quote unquote debates?
I mean, speaking favorably for Nehru, I would say that he does have an open mind, but with the acquisition of more and more power, there's a shrinkage of his imagination, and that is something that one can say is excusable, or one can say, being purely idealistic, he shouldn't have done that. But the main thing that really rubs Jinnah off the wrong way is that he thinks that Nehru has already assumed that he is the colonial state. And now he's put in a position to petition and prove to him that something is different from his imagination, because whatever he has thought is already the standard and everything else is a deviation and needs justification, whereas his position doesn't need justification. I wouldn't go that far. I don't think really that this is what Nehru is thinking, or how he is approaching that problem. And of course, Tripurdaman earlier said that Nehru does change his position regarding the Muslims, particularly after partition. But that means changing your position after millions of people have undergone great tragedies. So anybody who wouldn't change their position after seeing the massive onslaught that took place during those grim days I don't think there's any human who could do that. I do think that Nehru was also more nuanced, and that he would have been able to be convinced differently if the argument would have really pushed him to engage with the Muslim population at large that seemed to not have entered his basic realm of people that were surrounding him. So while he was surrounded by Muslims, I do think that there was a deep disconnect between him and what was happening, and the changing of the popular opinion that was happening amongst Muslims. He just totally misread that.
I mean, just as an aside to what Adeel said about how Nehru misread Muslim opinion, I mean, a very famous incident is when Nehru goes against the advice of the viceroy and government agencies. He goes to the Northwest Frontier province because he thinks that, because there is a Congress government there, everything's great and the Muslims there love him, and actually they don't. And they throw stones at him and he gets injured, and that kind of really sort of colors him. And then he says, the demonstrations organized by Muslim League thugs and so on and so forth. And that really colors him against Muslim mass politics as well, because he thinks it's essentially being run by Muslim League thugs, and that sort of caricature builds itself in his mind. And perhaps actually Adeel is right that more mass engagement would perhaps have convinced Nehru of some merit in what Jinnah was saying.
And just to add to that thought, because I have it, I want to get it out. When you said that you had trivia on Shraddhanand, that he was a Mahatma, the real trivia would probably be that he was the first Mahatma to also get a gun license. Because when he created the schools, his gurukuls in the jungle, far away from civilization, in order to educate Indians that would not be immediately, that would not stand immediately under the shadow of imperial control, which he also saw as extending to mind control. There were constant attacks of panthers on the food that he was storing. So in order to get rid of those panthers, he asked the colonial state to grant him a gun license so he can scare them away.
That's a fascinating story. I mean, this is another movie. Along with that painting, you could also kind of do a movie around this guy, the other Mahatma, or the Mahatma that never was, or whatever. When you hear the debate play out, and it's still really relevant, right? It's relevant to modern India because there is sort of a criticism that what the Hindu right wing forces in India are doing today is really trying to be a Hindu Pakistan. Like a few years back, Advani went to Pakistan, praised Jinnah, and immediately got sidelined in his own party because how dare you praise Jinnah, the enemy. But the point is that, in many fundamental ways, they would perhaps agree with Jinnah that, the whole notion that a nation state cannot be secular, for example, that if there is a dominant majority, then yeah, Hindu Rashtra is sort of inevitable. And in those letters, in fact, you see Nehru fighting back against the notion that he wants a Hindu Raj, where he's saying that, hey, no way, no way, this is what the Congress has done and said and all of that. So these sort of debates are alive again. And when I think of Jinnah, frankly, I think of him as a King Lear kind of tragic figure at that scale, because I think so much of his interior life would have been so stunted and full of pain. And I think, he lost the Congress in 1920, and after that, I don't think it really mattered. There was no winning for him. It was just a really dark and, of course, a very interesting story. But is that debate still alive today? And if so, which way do you think is likely to go? And do you feel that that debate was inevitably going to, be around today because it wasn't settled? And, so what's your sense of that?
I'm just going to start. I know Tripurdaman would really come in with like the better counterfactuals, but what I want to say is that, okay, so if we say that Gandhi wouldn't have appeared, but Jinnah would have also not taken over the Congress party, some of the people next in line would probably have been Swami Shraddhanand. Swami Shraddhanand enjoyed like great rapport amongst the Arya Samaj reformists. He was wearing saffron, but he was an acceptable figure amongst the Muslims too. And he was moderate. So he was also trained as a lawyer. So he wasn't that far apart from Jinnah's position. Of course, he would have opposed the separation for Pakistan, but he would have also been willing to allow for specific conditions to emerge that such a separation would have not been necessary, right? So for him, giving more safeguards to Muslims in order to assure them would have come more naturally from a sacrificial standpoint than from a contractual standpoint and a democratic standpoint that Nehru espouses. So I do think that when we think about the reformist Hindu right, so not the orthodox Hindu right that seems to be mushrooming now everywhere, but the reformist Hindu right definitely had overlaps with Jinnah, and perhaps could have accommodated somebody who's arguing for the protection of religion better than somebody who's saying that one person, one vote. And there's a good intellectual case to be made for all of these positions. There's also a really good case to be made for Nehru, even though I'm brutally overlooking him here and sort of framing him as the sole reason that partition took place because he couldn't get rid of his democratic inclinations that would have asked him to count votes evenly without looking at where these votes were coming from. But essentially, I do think that all of these positions have really good merit. And if we're really indulging in counterfactuals, I do think the non-existence of Gandhi is the biggest one, because I don't think that Jinnah would have been able to control the League in the same way as somebody who's coming from the majoritarian community, because there would have been a backlash against him. And that would have come from the Mahasabha, other Arya Samaj closed institutions. And I do think that one of their leaders would have been more acceptable, somebody like Shraddhanand, if he had not died and been killed by a Muslim who accused him of blasphemy against the Prophet, then things could have looked very differently.
No, I don't think it's true that I come up with very good counterfactuals because as much as I like dabbling in counterfactual history, I do also recognize its limitations. Otherwise, I would be writing some books called What If, and they would probably sell a lot more than my current ones do. But no, but just sort of branching out a bit from what Adeel says, is that we have to recognize that Indian nationalism in itself, there was always this sort of secular mobilization, and the sort of radical wing, but the kind of right, the sort of cruder elements that we now identify with the Hindu right were always there. This was this sort of trait of referring, of mobilizing Indian society around sort of religious festivals. Tilak and the sort of Ganpati festivals are a good example, or Gandhi kind of appealing to the idea of Ram Raj, or in sort of public life, the British people being derided as cow eaters, or mlechas or yavans, or this sort of quite charged terminology. So this sort of element has always been a part of Indian nationalism, and I would argue quite a significant part of Indian nationalism, because Congress mobilization, we really look at the top layers, but when you really look at local politics as it kind of played out, which is where the real mobilization was happening, the people kind of really engaging with sort of with mass politics, were really doing the groundwork. If you wanted to have a demonstration and you wanted 100,000 people at the demonstration, the real groundwork would be done at this sort of level. And at this sort of level, Indian nationalism was very much symbolized by this sort of terminology, and so that element always existed. In a way, what one might say was that really someone like Nehru was sort of riding a tiger even to begin with, and so this debate was inevitable, whether Gandhi appeared or not. This real debate of what it meant really to be Indian and who could be accommodated in this definition was always really going to appear. But I would agree with Adeel that figures like Swami Shraddhanand would have been a lot more palatable to all shades of political opinion. And many of the points that Jinnah raised had merit. And the reason, there's a funny quote in Lord Wavell's diaries where he says, actually, there is something to be said for both sides, and they can come to a conclusion if only it was someone else doing the negotiations and not Jinnah and Nehru, because there was ultimately, as Adeel says, a very convincing case to be made for all sides. So it's hard to really pick and say, well, here's someone who was right and here's someone who was wrong. And I think that sort of negotiation could have been conducted a lot better by other people, whether it was Swami Shraddhanand, or even if we were to pick someone else who essentially understood the fundamentals of the Muslim position a bit better than Nehru.
Two contradictory thoughts come to mind. That on the one hand, thank God you had sort of Nehru and Jinnah arguing, because at least we get to see the eloquent debate play out, and you have these letters and they're expressing their views. And today, if you look, it's still a live question today, but you no longer have a discourse on this. You just have shouting on all sides and rhetoric on all sides, and there is really no reasoned debate. There are reasoned laments from people who are on the outside, but from actual stakeholders, there isn't that much talking to each other. But like you pointed out, that I would assume that a lot of this was just personal. Like you said, if it was anyone other than these two guys, maybe it would have worked, but there was just too much baggage there, and it's kind of that it happens to be these two people. Just thinking aloud, I mean, there was again on the role of happenstance, but this time in modern politics, there was an essay by Keshava Guha where he was talking about how untimely deaths have changed recent Indian politics. For example, had Pramod Mahajan not died, it might not have been Modi who was the next leader of the party. It could have been, Mahajan as Prime Minister. He wouldn't have really perhaps let Modi come up in the way that he did. Really astute guy and a fine political sense. And equally in the Congress, you had people like Jitendra Prasad and Madhav Rao Scindia and Rajesh Pilot all pop it, which basically meant that there was no, second rung of leadership that could, challenge the current leadership, which just feels so defanged today. So kind of moving on from the Jinnah section, to the Patel section, which is really interesting. And it's also interesting that you chose, foreign policy as a particular debate to highlight, in a sense, the whole China question. What kind of made you choose that particular issue? Because in a sense, one could say that is, like, out of the four debates that are happening in this book, that is the one which in a sense is
no longer live, in the sense that kind of foreign policy which basically every government now takes up is a sort of a realist foreign policy where, it's not tinged by the kind of ideology that Nehru's foreign policy quite obviously was. And also, the China question itself is in a completely different place. That debate doesn't really happen anymore. So, given all the things that the differences that the two might have had, what kind of prompted you to pick this?
I don't think that question is over. So when we were writing it, of course, the matter of coincidence, but when we were writing it, that's when the sort of whole clash of the Galwan Valley kind of took off. And one thing was that it demonstrated that there's still no consensus on India's relationship with China. But even more so, Nehru and Patel's clash, when they talk about the broader contours of foreign policy, it's also very much a kind of difference about how they conceptualize India and its place in the world. For Nehru, as we alluded earlier on during our conversation, where Adeel mentioned how Nehru saw the Constituent Assembly as the birthplace of a new sovereignty. In the same way, Nehru saw India's birth as a sort of break with the past, as the creation of this new country is almost a bit like, if you read how Nehru writes about it, it's not that far off from a kind of the American idea of manifest destiny, because for Nehru, this is going to be the sort of beacon in Asia. It's going to kind of essentially show the way towards peace and socialism to, as he calls them, the smaller brothers. And that's a funny term in itself, because he doesn't use the term younger brothers. He uses the term smaller brothers to refer to the other Asian countries. And for Patel, India is very much the legal successor to the British Raj. That's how he defines its role in world affairs, and that's also how he wants India to conceive of itself. It's the sort of recipient of the sovereign powers, prerequisites, and responsibilities that the British Raj enjoyed. And that's what really plays out in this larger debate over foreign policy, which is, well, does India have this sort of manifest destiny kind of role to play in the world as as a sort of birthplace of the first country to have thrown off the shackles of European colonialism and to lead Asia and to sort of create this sort of third way in some cases? Or is India a sort of repository of an earlier sovereignty with an identity and role already defined, where it's a much more mundane, as you say, realpolitik kind of understanding of foreign policy. And that debate hasn't really ended. It's still very much going on, and you can very much see it in the foreign policy of the current government, which sort of seesaws between this kind of idea of manifest destiny of India playing this sort of larger than life role in the world, or between those who kind of prescribe a more pragmatic kind of essentially more materialist foreign policy, keeping in mind the sort of economic and material constraints that India faces, and of essentially looking at it in these sort of very essentialist, materialist sort of terms. And because that debate is very ongoing, and those two poles are still, they might have morphed a bit, and ideologically, that sort of idea of manifest destiny may not be, I guess, driven by the idea of socialism as Nehru's was, but it's still a very sort of powerful idea that India is and should be playing this sort of huge role in world affairs. And how it should be playing that role in world affairs, or what image it should kind of carry really around its shoulders when it is playing that role, is also very, very much a live question. Because for Nehru, that very much what gives him that position is democracy, secularism, so on and so forth. And whether that position still stands, whether to play that sort of role or to have that sort of global stature, whether democracy, secularism, minorities matter all that much for the Indian Prime Minister to be a figure of global importance or not. This is very much still a matter of debate. So I think for us, these questions, seeing as they still exist, very much deserve even more importance than the sort of debate that Patel might have had with Nehru on the question of Muslims or on secularism, which in a way we've all sort of read about. It's a bit more common.
So maybe just to add to that, what Nehru also does is completely misread China because he's a man of his time. And what Nehru has seen of China isn't really what China was, because from, say, the Treaty of Nanking, so mid-19th century, China began the what is called in China the 100 years of humiliation. So that is the century of humiliation. So they are defeated by the Brits, by the British Empire, through the superior technology and sea warfare that the British are able to mount. And then the British carve out smallish colonies flecked around the Chinese continent. And what then happens is a period of exploitation. Everybody has heard of the Opium Wars. This is where big British, today we would call them pharma companies, but big British companies are shipping in opium and essentially pushing it upon the people, making huge profits. And it's not just British companies who do that. It's also companies that have a very close connection to India. The two big families are Baghdadi Jewish, who have a close connection to Bombay, of course, the Kadhuris and the Sassoons. And they essentially go, and China takes about a century to recover. And it recovers through the coming of the Communist Party under Mao, which manages to purge the nationalists and the colonialists out of their country, right? So they retake Shanghai, which is where many of the Communist Party leaders are sort of educated, and they manage to sort of get control of the entirety of the country. Of course, with the nationalists being now in Taiwan, where they still are under a disputed sovereignty. And once China finds itself, the last thing that it wants to be called is little brother, and envision a new century under Indian leadership. So anybody who's read the history and seen the impact that China has had on global trade throughout world history for at least a millennium would say that it would be natural for China to return to its place of dominance and to India to be in the position of the smaller brother. So Nehru essentially misreads of what's happening in China and doesn't really understand that this is going to be a global powerhouse that is going to dominate, because the way in which they have engaged with technology has always been very, very sophisticated and superior to many other Asian countries. So I do think that misreading really leads Nehru to make these concessions that he does. And Patel, being the hard-nosed realist, of course, he sees that this is not merely like a small flame that has emerged in Asia, but this is the reawakening of a mighty dragon.
I think Adeel is really hit the nail on the head, and this is one of the reasons why this chapter is so interesting, is because it provides quite important sort of clues towards Nehru's thinking and Nehru's character, which in a way sort of at a moment where he is holding executive power and on his way to kind of almost sort of being the all-powerful figure that he's about to be. And it provides, very interesting ways of really gaining insight into how Nehru is thinking and how he's behaving at this time, which I think make this chapter particularly interesting as well.
Yeah, it's a fascinating chapter, and you also point out how since 1927 Nehru was seen as a foreign policy guy because he's on the executive committee of the League Against Imperialism along with Albert Einstein, and so mixing with some big folks there, no Photoshop pictures, that's actually them together. And then you sum up his beliefs and assumptions about China in this way, where you write, quote, "These goals and interests were underpinned by many of Nehru's own beliefs and assumptions, an exaggerated sense of India's importance as a cultural fountainhead of the new Asia, an instinctive affinity for the notion of Asianism that he axiomatically assumed was shared by China and Southeast Asia, a sentimental and cultural sinophilia, a sympathetic attitude towards communism, and an ambivalence about, if not active distrust of, the United States. These beliefs, in turn, inform Nehru's conception of his own and India's place in the global arena as a self-appointed leader and spokesperson of Asia and the Third World more broadly against European imperial domination, with a self-anointed obligation to mitigate conflict on the Asian continent, and as a big brother helping and guiding smaller brothers. Stop quote. And you also point out that India did not have the military might and the economic resources to actually play the part that Nehru wanted it to play. But the one thing that at least could make it seem possible was Nehru's own self-image as this leader who took this country out of colonialism. It's a democracy, huge population, all of that. So a lot of that foreign policy then became about projecting Nehru's image. Would that be a correct summation?
Yeah, that is quite a correct. That is an excellent sort of summary.
I just realized that I
and a
quoted
lot
you
of-
for most of the summary. So
No, because well, here's me patting myself on the back. But no, for Nehru, a lot of foreign policy does eventually become about promoting and protecting that image as well, because that image is essentially what allows India to bridge the material gap. That's why. That's how India is playing a role in Korea and all of these things, because, well, at the end of the day, India really has no real locus standi in Korea. It also has no real material power that it can bring to bear. But Nehru's sort of own standing on the global stage is big at that point, and it only takes a blow in 1962, because what happens then basically shows to the world that actually Nehru doesn't really know what's going on. The sort of intellectual foundations of his foreign policy are shown to be not very strong. And there's an interesting quote by John F. Kennedy, to whom Nehru turns at that point for help, and he asks for American air squadrons to start bombing China. And Kennedy basically says the Cuban Missile Crisis is on at that point, and Kennedy basically says he finds Nehru's inability to kind of think about what bombing China means for the world during the Cuban Missile Crisis, when he's locked in a sort of, he's one step away from nuclear war with the Soviet Union, and he comments, and I think he says something like, Nehru has lost both his nerves and with them his senses. So a lot of Nehruvian foreign policy, it's hard to separate the sort of personal from the institutional, because at one level, yes, there's an ideological element. But another level, there's also a personal element of keeping the Nehru, the global statesman, bolstered up. But that bolstering up at some level is also, I guess, useful, because it's the only real thing that India has on the global stage. It's ultimately a really poor third world country, which nobody seems to really realize, because there's an unstated assumption in letters. They say India will obviously soon play a great role in world affairs, and we've been saying that for 70 odd years, and whether or not India is playing a great role in global affairs is still open to question.
And maybe just a book recommendation, that if people are excited about this and they want to learn what's happening on the flip side, so what's happening in China itself, because a lot of things are happening with the nationalists and the communists and the people who are living in the international settlement. There's a fantastic book by Rana Mitter that was published last year. Rana Mitter is an Indian, British Indian academic who teaches. He's a professor at Oxford, and it's called China's Good War. It was published by Harvard last year, and it's an outstanding book.
Just speaking of this sense of manifest destiny, and I'd say China probably has that. I don't know, when we speak of India's great place in the world, I think Nehru was a true believer, and that led to his downfall. But I think anyone who speaks about it today is really just posturing. Come on, they know. Surely the default foreign policy today has to be kind of realist. But then on the other hand, you think of our Prime Minister wearing his name on his suit when he's meeting President Obama. So, who knows? one of the sort of misconceptions that you point out that there are three misconceptions about Nehru's foreign policy. One, that he remained unchallenged in the foreign policy domain. He basically decided what Congress foreign policy was by himself. Second, there weren't colleagues who could inform foreign policy. And third, that the flaws in his approach only became visible after, 1959, when the China thing started erupting. And all of these are not true. You speak about how ministers like K.C. Niyogi, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, John Macomathai, Ambedkar, when all of them quit, they pointed to, deep misgivings about the direction and orientation of India's foreign policy, as you put it. What were the key moments at which Nehru sort of got it wrong? Like, we know that he romanticized the notion of the relationship with China, that whole Indi Chini Bhai Bhai and all of that was romanticized. And he thought that, China will be friendly with us and all of that. He also had an ambassador in China, K.M. Panikkar, who seemed incredibly pliant to the Chinese cause and was constantly sort of talking it up. And what was sort of the places where you start realizing that he's made a mistake? I mean, one of the interesting sort of points of contention that you see, for example, is Tibet, where Patel's realist position is that we have, like you said, his approach was that India should see itself as a successor to the British Empire, and therefore that old accord that was that the British Empire made with Tibet, we should stick to that, and we should respect them accordingly, and we should help them defend themselves and all of that. And Nehru kept getting it wrong on Tibet in the sense that he didn't allow them to declare independence. He didn't, allow the US to arm Tibet and send military there, and then whatever happened. So what were the sort of arguments around this, and what are the other sort of critical moments during this period? You pointed out the Korean War, of course. What were the other critical moments during this period, and when did Patel kind of start expressing himself? Like, was this disagreement on foreign policy something that only happened around this time, reached a flashpoint in November 1950, as you point out, in all those cabinet meetings? Or was there, the way that we've seen that many of these debates go back years, if not decades, and beyond these individual people. But over here, did this go back? Or was it simply never relevant because, hey, India is not an independent country and it only becomes relevant when we gain independence?
This was very much a question even before independence. Nehru calls the Asian Relations Conference in March 1947. So even before independence, he's really thinking about where to position India. And at the conference, he very much talks about how a new dawn is coming for Asia. It's imperialism is on its way out. India is very much as the first country to become independent, is very much the leading light. And he also refers to China a great deal as, this great country to which, a lot is owed and which is, soon going to take its place in the sun, and so on and so forth. So he's very much thinking about these questions, even though ostensibly not that many people are interested in the Congress. It would be wrong to say that that no one else was interested, because obviously people were, and this sort of starts coming to a head vis-a-vis Pakistan, because many, Niyogi and Mukherjee, of course, most obviously, but also people like Patel, believes that Nehru's stance towards Pakistan is too accommodative, because Hindu refugees are being pushed out of East Pakistan into West Bengal, and many see that India should essentially be taking military action to either defend them, or some sort of quite militarist types on the right even demand that India carve out a piece of then East Pakistan, force East Pakistan to cede territory where Hindus from that country could be resettled to live in safety. So there's a lot of and Nehru very much interprets this as something, as he says, public posturing intended to bully him into war, create public pressure on him, push him towards military action. So this sort of debate really is already going on, and then vis-a-vis China, it kind of kicks off once, of course, a communist takeover is there, and people are forced to confront the question of having a united China, and also a China that's interested in exporting communism on its borders, and this continues for a very long time. Even when I was looking at the debates around the First Amendment, you still had parliamentary conversations throughout the 50s where people talk about what's happening in Tibet, and Nehru keeps, telling them that actually, nothing wrong is happening in Tibet, etc., etc. So this is very much a live question throughout the 50s. Now, there is a flashpoint over East Pakistan in early 1950. Ultimately, Nehru has his way. He has a conversation with Liaquat Ali Khan, and they devise all these things like the minority commissions in both countries and those sorts of mechanisms to try and deal with the problem. You have another flashpoint once the Chinese do march into to Tibet initially in September, October 1950. Even though throughout 1950 this question, has come up again and again. You have conversations between Nehru and Rajgopalachari. Actually, even before the infamous exchange with Patel, there's a furious sort of exchange of letters with Rajgopalachari on this question. And then again, as you go through the 1950s, there's actually several points at which, then you have Ambedkar's resignation. Very famously, it's remembered for Ambedkar's criticism of Nehru for not supporting him with the Hindu Code Bill and so on and so forth. But actually, Ambedkar devotes a substantial part of his speech to foreign policy. He literally says, and in this, he is not that far off from what Patel has been saying, which is that India has essentially been taking a stance that is isolating itself from global political currents. We're plowing a kind of lonely furrow. India is having to spend far more than necessary on security and defense because we have no friends since we've effectively turned our backs on everyone, courtesy Nehruvian foreign policy with its ideological moorings. And Ambedkar thinks it's disastrous, and he says, I forget the quote exactly, but he says, it's something that's a cause of great anxiety to him as to where Indian foreign policy is taking India. And then in the 50s, of course, Tibet kind of continues to bubble away. You have the high point with the signing of Panchsheel and Hindi Chini Bhai Bhai, and then it's pretty much all downhill from there. The big challenge, of course, though, comes at this moment with Patel, because what we see with Patel's letter is Patel actually says that India should, of course, be doing something. And what that means is, but Patel recognizes that there are material limitations. He recognizes that this means, and he kind of hints at it by saying, this will bring us to the question of how India manages its relationship with the US and, the broader question of where India stands vis-a-vis the Cold War. And so for him, there is recognition that involves a closer alignment with the US, which necessarily involves a kind of break for Nehruvian socialism, which very much involves, and Nehruvian socialism is really the sort of guiding light of everything that Nehru does. So it is actually the clash that's happening on a very superficial level. It's just about what to do with China, but on a deeper level, it's actually many of these things coming together as to where does India stand, how does it conceive of itself, and what it's doing. And there, Patel is articulating a radically different position. So a U-turn here means not just saying, okay, well, now we were being friends with China, but instead we'll start being stern with them. It actually involves turning really turning your back on Nehruvianism entirely, aligning with the US, which inevitably means also the kind of end of Nehruvian socialism. So what Patel is and he's willing to fight it out. Everyone believes, the diplomatic sort of circles in Delhi believe that actually this showdown is going to cause a U-turn in Indian foreign policy, which is obviously going to have repercussions, as I mentioned. This clash actually is as close, really. It's the kind of moment where you really would wonder what if, because it's the closest that India really comes to challenging Nehruvian orthodoxy.
And what's kind of interesting here, which you point out, is that China all this time was dissing India and dissing Nehru. At one point, they called him, quote, a hireling of Anglo-American imperialism, stop quote. And Nehru's reaction to that is to want to prove them wrong by going overboard in supporting them. So he's supporting them for a permanent place in the UN, General Assembly. He's letting Tibet unravel the way that it kind of did. All of these things are happening, and Patel sort of took the hard-nosed stance that, listen, before we recognize this government as a legit government, which, as you point out, India was the second non-communist country to do after Burma/Myanmar, before we do that, let's tell them that, okay, don't mess with Tibet and we'll recognize you, and at least you draw those lines in the sand and then they're drawn forever. But Nehru didn't kind of do that because he had this excessive romanticization or trust or whatever, and this seems to me to be sort of a classic example of being incredibly dogmatic on an issue and simply not changing his mind. I'm intrigued by you're saying that, and of course, what he's also doing is he's driving the US further away from himself. Perhaps again the ego came into play because they invited Liaquat Ali Khan first, and he's like, "What is this? Our manifest destiny. We should have gone there." But he drives them away, and I mean, it's anything but non-aligned. Therefore, right from the start, and you said that he had to do that, otherwise Nehruvian socialism would have been under threat. And I didn't understand that part. Can you elaborate on that? Because it's perfectly possible to ally with someone in terms of foreign policy, but leave every aspect of your identity the way that it is. Like the way, for example, Saudi Arabia aligns with the US without compromising on what they do internally. So why would it have been a threat to Nehruvian socialism? Or are you saying that his worldview as articulated, there would have been a fissure within it from the way people outside saw it, so his credibility would have suffered?
No, I'm saying both things. So first and foremost, what would have happened is the stature of Nehru, the global statesman, which was, dependent on him being the champion of, against imperialism, against colonialism, and essentially, leading India down the socialist path, would have suffered if, India had aligned with the US to kind of check Chinese ambitions in Tibet. So that's point one. Point two was that effectively it would also have dented his image because, it would have proven what the Soviets and the Chinese were saying, which is that Nehru is a hireling, as I quote in the book, of Anglo-American imperialism. This was not just a kind of Soviet/Chinese charge. It was also a charge made by the communists in India, by their slogan, "Ye azadi jhooti hai," meaning that this freedom is somehow false and fake, and actually the sort of structures of colonialism are still being maintained. So for Nehru, there wasn't this sort of stark divide between the national and the international, as we see it now, because he saw internationalism as very closely tied to nationalism, and the bridge there was to be provided by socialism, since socialism by itself meant peace, and as you mentioned, colonialism and capitalism came together in sort of one great package. You couldn't be, in his mind, that sort of, it would be not just fissuring, it's a kind of cognitive dissonance which, he would find hard to wrap around. If you could be socialist, but essentially, how could you be socialist if you supported capitalism abroad, which is what essentially brought war and violence, which is essentially the root cause of war and violence. Secondly, aligning with the US, I mean, it is possible for Saudi Arabia to align with the US and continue essentially with this sort of quite closed system. A, because it's not a democracy, and B, because it of natural resources and wealth. Ultimately, India was a poor country. Essentially, aligning with the US it kind of destroyed the intellectual foundations of Nehruvian socialism, as I said, because there was this sort of boundary between the nationalist and internationalist sort of versions didn't really exist that firmly in Nehru's mind. So it would have destroyed one crutch of the Nehruvian socialist project in India, and B, it could well have destroyed the second crutch as well, because we do know that aligning with the US necessarily, not necessarily, but generally means aligning with the market. And most US allies, at least at that point in time, I mean, essentially that's how that's how the East Asian economic miracle sort of happened, was aligning with the market, and that's not something Nehru really was down with.
Yeah, I mean, in fact, perhaps his biggest mistake, though not a mistake that he saw play out during his lifetime, like he saw China play out. Now, you've described the events really well in the books, and things happen really fast. So, he has an exchange with Rajgopalachari on November 1. On November 2, it's a verbal thing where, instead of exchanging notes at the cabinet meeting, and meanwhile, Siddhar Patel is kind of chilling, hanging in the background. He's getting reports made for him from the intelligence bureau and so on. And then he writes this magisterial letter, which you've reproduced in your book on November 7th. And I'll quickly quote you on that, where he says, in his celebrated letter of 7 November 1950, Patel deprecated the pathetic state of Indian diplomacy and called for a comprehensive review of Sino-Indian relations, a military and intelligence evaluation of the Chinese threat, a long-term reconsideration of India's defense needs in terms of supplies and infrastructure, and the twin threats from China and Pakistan, examination and redisposition of forces to guard important areas that may be subject to dispute, improvement of communications in these areas, political and administrative steps to strengthen frontier governance, and an end to India's advocacy of China's entry into the UN. Recent and bitter history also tells us, Patel observed, that communism is no shield against imperialism. Stop quote. The sense that I got from reading the letter and the hard-nosed approach and the kind of details that he went into is that, look, internally, as Home Minister, you see what he did, that he went in there in a cold, calculated way, and he brought the princely states together. And of course, we can and I will dispute the means of doing that, but he got the job done. And you can see him take that same kind of approach to the question of foreign policy and to the question of China at an early stage when, Tibet had not yet been taken over and everything was still kind of up for grabs. And the irony is that, as you point out, the cabinet would have been against Nehru and with Patel in this. You write, quote, in a showdown with the Prime Minister, Patel believed he could count on the strong support of Rajgopalachari, K.M. Munshi, Baldev Singh, Jagjeevan Ram, and Sri Prakasa, while he expected Nehru to be backed by Maulana Azad, Gopal Swami Iyengar, and Rafi Ahmed Kidwai. It is likely that Ambedkar, given his views, would also have lined up behind Patel. In fact, Ambassador Henderson believed Nehru to be almost the only person in the government who still believed in friendship with communist China. And Patel's letter is written on November 7th. The cabinet meeting that is to follow is on November 21st. Patel falls ill, he misses it. So only Rajgopalachari speaks up, but Nehru prevails. And then shortly after that, Patel dies. And another counterfactual, obviously, and we won't really go there because one can go on forever with this particular one. And this is also a tragedy in multiple ways, not just because it sort of condemns, India down this sort of the path that it takes, but also that it condemns Nehru to being a man alone, where, the one guy who would have jostled with him and fought with him is kind of out of the picture. Now, earlier in this, they in the exchange of letters that you reproduce, they are talking about how, when sort of Gandhi was an interlocutor between the disputes, Gandhi made them stay together. He said that, why don't one of you form the government, one of you be outside? Both of them volunteered to step down and let the other guy take over. But, in this matter of courtesy, pale aap, they both kind of end up in the government. And it almost sounds as if they're treating the governance of India as a personal affair, where they can hand out sort of all of these things rather than something that is way more important than that. How likely, if Patel hadn't fallen ill, would he have been to prevail? Could there have been a realistic different direction? Or would Nehru have, prevailed anyway because he was prime minister and he, might have said, oh, I will quit and do his emotional blackmail thing? What different direction was possible at this moment in time?
So, I mean, this motion of quitting is something actually that happens multiple times in Nehru's career. So he does it at relatively frequent intervals. He doesn't need to do it after 1952, but it happens, every few months between, 1948 and 1951. It's sort of, there are at least 3 or 4 occasions where this comes up. And I don't think either of them actually meant the offer to quit the government in a kind of in any sincerity. It was a kind of political move that you play and say, okay, I will leave. I'll be the magnanimous person and leave. But actually, nobody has any intention of leaving. So that's point one. The second point is that I think there was quite a strong likelihood that Patel would prevail, because from what we know is for Patel, this was actually the drawing of the line. He'd been very content to leave foreign policy entirely to Nehru, to almost let Nehru run it as a personal fiefdom. But something like this, which actually really jeopardized the nation's security, sort of really forced Patel to sit up and take notice. Now, the assessment that sort of Ambassador Henderson and that you get from Ambassador Henderson and from Patel's daughter's diaries, Maniben Patel's diaries, is a bit like actually Patel was quite likely to prevail. It may not have been a kind of an outright fight where Patel flamboyantly forced a U-turn, but as Henderson believed, is that the U-turn would happen. And then it would people would pretend that it wasn't actually a U-turn. So it's not likely that it's unlikely that he would dethrone Nehru and make him sort of humiliate him in public. But it's quite likely that he would have forced a U-turn, and that U-turn would have come with, as I mentioned, all of these repercussions, which is what you kind of notice if you read Nehru's reply, because Nehru's reply doesn't come in the form of a letter, which he could quite easily have written to Patel, but it comes in the form of a note prepared to the cabinet, because that's actually where the fight is happening. These letters are, in a sense, it's meant to be a performance for the cabinet. This sort of argument between the two. And you get the sense from Nehru's note where he basically dismisses many of Patel's concerns, and he dismisses them mostly because he's kind of aware of what the implications of such a U-turn are.
I was also struck by the bits where you talk about what happens when it all falls apart. Like at the start of that section, you write about how Nehru was shattered by the China War. You write, quote, in the words of his critic and parliamentary colleague H.V. Kamath, the debacle not only shattered Nehru physically and weakened him mentally, but what was more galling to him, eroded his prestige in Asia and the world, dealt a crippling blow to his visions of leadership of the newly emancipated nations. Stop quote. And later you write, it was a blow from which he never recovered. Accused of cravenness, vanity and negligence, his foreign policy in a shambles, his illusions of Asianism shattered, his self-appointed mantle of leadership of Asian nationalism in tatters, his policy of friendship towards China at all costs shown to have been a dangerous misjudgment. The shock of the defeat is said to have precipitated his death in 1964, though not before he had been forced to jettison his much-wanted non-alignment, swallow his pride, and beg Kennedy for direct military intervention. Stop quote. And he, of course, quoted Kennedy on what he said about that. And I'm sort of struck here by a broad question about leadership in politics in general. That is it the case that when you ascend to high office, that you have been sort of so performative and so strong on a certain set of principles which you might have espoused and so on, that in a sense you have no choice but to stick to them and be dogmatic. Like, Adeel, like you pointed out, that high office can lead to a narrowing of the imagination, and therefore once you are in power, you then have to maintain whatever self-delusions that you might have, which really makes every leader a little bit like a King Lear, I suppose, especially if you kind of die like Nehru did. And obviously this is one event that completely shatters your illusions. You have to admit you were wrong because you were obviously wrong. But most of the time you don't have to admit you're wrong, Even in modern times, you can go on and say, no, demonetization was good. We got rid of black money. You don't have to admit to your sort of mistakes at all. So, in all your study of all of these, great intellectual figures, some have ascended to power, some haven't. Would you say that there is a greater tendency for those who haven't ascended to power to kind of keep the dialogue going, the dialogue with themselves also, not just with the rest of the world, and that once you sort of ascend to a position of power, having taken certain positions, you're kind of stuck? Or was it just that Nehru was particularly rigid and that everybody doesn't have to be like that?
Maybe I can just come in on that question. So I do think that you touched on a very deep truth that is self-evident to Nehru to an extent that he never critically reflects it. And that's not the basic notion of a specific socialist state that espouses specific anti-capitalist reforms and therefore naturally allies with an emerging power like China's. But the basic juxtaposition that Nehru sees is one of white people who are the imperialists and of non-white people who are resisting that, and they tend to be poor, etc. What Nehru doesn't understand that in the 19th century, through Chinese eyes, imperialism looks very different and it looks very Indian. So when they lose the first Opium Wars, they're fighting against Indians who are, of course, employed by the British East India Company and therefore, sort of dispatched in order to fight that war for them. Same for the second war that the Chinese lose against Britain. When you look at places like Hong Kong and Chinese, a large portion of the population is Indian and Indian traders who are running some of the biggest companies, who are running the hotels. And therefore, through Chinese eyes, imperialism has always looked Indian. And I think Nehru is really shattered when he realizes that what he stood against was maybe, the sort of simplistic color coding, which he took for granted. And it looked very different through Chinese eyes, because for the Chinese, it was either Indian or it was Japanese. These were the two people who were sort of coming and invading their countries and sort of chucking out large portions and who were implementing the capitalism. And of course, there were white people too, but it wasn't as simplistic as it was in Nehru's mind. So that when that came crushing down, I think something deeper within him realized that the basic truth on which he has based much of his political philosophy on didn't really function. And it was deeper than just the sort of socialism that we usually ascribe to him.
So, I've taken up more than 3 hours of your time, and there's a fourth section of the book, but the fourth section of the book, in a sense, is covered in a separate book that Tripurdaman has written and that I already have a 2.5 hour episode on, which I really enjoyed doing. And in fact, I keep referring to that episode in other episodes, so I'll just point my listeners to that. The reason I keep referring to that episode is to point out how history is not simple, that people contain multitudes and there is so much sort of nuance to everything. People tend to paint Nehru in these extremist ways. He destroyed India or he was a great liberal. And the point is, of course, the truth is neither of those. He was a very complex man who got a lot right and who got a lot wrong. And one of the things he wasn't was a great liberal. Like the First Amendment, which he kind of carried out, was, his argument against fundamental rights, as it were, which among other things, hit the right to free speech really hard. Like we talk about how the sedition law is misused today, and we talk about how it's part of the IPC, we should never have had it. But the point, as Tripurdaman pointed out in his book, is that it was declared unconstitutional in 1950, and then Nehru brought it back because he wanted to, suppress, for example. And he, of course, had eloquent justifications of that, which are in the book. But even more eloquent are Shyama Prasad Mukherjee's defenses of personal liberty, which I found really inspiring and which is against, the traditional views of him as sort of the founder of the precursor to the BJP, the Jan Sangh, and therefore he must be a Hindu nationalist, but stands out as a fine liberal thinker, actually embodying rationality, at least in these particular debates. But for that, I'll just point people to the episode that I had with Tripurdaman. I'll not end with, this is, let's say, the penultimate question, because I leave one about books for last. But my penultimate question is this, that what your book is about and what a lot of your study is about and what you said animated you at Cambridge and made that a special time for you is intellectual history, is the importance of ideas. And this book is about ideas. This book is about debates over ideas that mattered then and matter now. But what we see in the public discourse is not ideas. What we see is narratives that, oh, this happened and therefore we must do this, or therefore we must take revenge, or therefore they are bad and we are good. We see narratives about people. So when people, when Nehru is mentioned, it is either he's all black or he's all white, and so on down the line. When Savarkar is mentioned, he is either a coward who apologized to the British or he's this great hero. And all of these people, whether it's Nehru, Gandhi, Savarkar, Vajpayee, all of these people contained multitudes, and there is so much death. But no one really cares. And my stand always has been that I don't know why we discuss these people so much, and I've hated ideas over people. I would rather have conversations about ideas. Why talk about Savarkar when you can talk about Hindutva? Why talk about Nehru when you can talk about this aspect or that aspect and all of that? And of course, you guys are talking about it in the historical context of how ideas evolved and affected real life. But does it feel sometimes, or if you could react to the possibility now, that this is a bit of an anomaly, that we live in an age where people just care about narratives and not about ideas? And therefore, it's great that you guys are doing what you're doing. But do you sometimes feel that, hey, what's the point? Who's listening?
If I can just answer that, because it's a methodological question, and the methodological question is not so much about the narrative versus ideas, but it's about context. Context in the sense that if you do history and not philosophy, then what you care about is the specific context in which ideas are embedded in, because you think that we can understand ideas better once we understand what the other modes of existence of these ideas were. Now, you can do intellectual history in many different forms, so you can just focus on the ideas and how they're engaging with other ideas in a sort of abstract world of ideas, or you can sort of make it more personal and write a narrative that is gripping, that sort of takes the reader along and shows him how specific ideas may have emerged. I do think that there's a specific kind of modesty involved in doing the latter, because it means that you're essentially trying to contextualize things in such a way that are palatable to people. If you start doing the engagement of pure ideas, like a guy who used to be at Harvard 100 years ago called Arthur Lovejoy, then you end up writing very dense accounts where there is a specific normative strength of idea that you're trying to work out. And if other people agree with that normative idea or not, of course, depends on, what kind of perceptions they bring to this very debate. But I do think that for historians, the important thing is to sort of capture a specific way in which the ideas were formulated and formed, and the other way in which we try to anchor those ideas is then in legal provisions. So as you could probably tell by reading the book, a lot of it is anchored through the law. And that, again, gives us a kind of way through which we can make those ideas appear in a concrete form for the reader to understand of why it matters that people thought about things, because you can see them implemented in black and white in things such as the Constitution and other forms of legislations. So that's how I would answer the question. But of course, we could go into in depth and talk about the big debate of philosophy versus history in the 18th century, and why it is that the discipline sort of departed from standalone philosophy.
No, just to clarify, I didn't mean it in that sense. I wasn't talking about ideas versus narratives in an abstract sense. I mean, we make sense of the world through narratives. So we only understand ideas also through narratives, like your wonderful narratives. What I kind of meant was that people today don't care about ideas at all. That, just to give a concrete example of what I mean, if we debate nationalism, for many people today, for many on the Hindu right, for example, nationalism today would be about that, the Muslims came and they oppressed us, but now we will have our Hindu Rashtra, and that is our narrative, and that is what therefore becomes prescriptive, and it flows out of the narrative and doesn't flow out of any ideas. Whereas at the level of ideas, the debates like they were between Nehru and Iqbal and so on would be about what is nationalism really, how do we define it, what kind of nationalism is good for us, rather than go into these narratives of victimhood or oppression or whatever. So that's kind of what I meant, that you guys should do much more of exactly what you are doing, and you will certainly have many readers like me. But in the larger context of what is actually happening out there, ideas aren't being discussed. Nehru and Iqbal and Jinnah and all of these people, whether you agree with them or don't agree with them, and I think in all of these people we can agree with aspects and disagree with aspects, but those debates and discussions are taking place, which is not, somehow I don't see them taking place at that level today.
I would agree, but at the same time, I would probably give it a more sort of optimistic spin, because what I see is thousands and millions of people entering into these debates. And yes, they're entering with simplistic sort of narratives that, sort of explain everything to them. But at the same time, they can't shield themselves from the type of exposure that they're getting from your podcast, from other people. And I do think that once that exposure sort of, penetrates their own idea and sort of challenges that, then they're faced with the very simple complexity that we discussed here in this podcast. So I do think that one can see that also optimistically, because whenever you have a big chunk of the population sort of entering into a public discourse, as many million Indians and Pakistanis did with the emergence of the internet and other means of communication that entirely changed the sort of paradigm that was existent before, then of course, there will be people who will be swayed by simplistic narratives, but at the same time, there's exposure. And I do think with time, people will also discuss ideas again as they did in the from the 40s to the 60s.
No, that's a fantastic point, and I buy that optimism because, if I was alive in, say, Nehru and Jinnah's time, I would not have known of the debate or had a way to enter it or been able to inform myself to take part in it. And now at least millions of people, like you said, can take part in these debates. And perhaps if I was sort of lamenting, I'm committing the mistake of, not taking Sturgeon's law into account. Sturgeon's law, of course, is 98% of everything is crap. So, you can romanticize the past and just see the best discussions that happened then. And today you can see all the nonsense that is around, but hey, it's always kind of been like that. My final question for both of you is, one of the sort of, it's almost become a meme on the show that people build seen and the unseen bookshelves and all of that. So I'll end by asking both of you to recommend as many books as you want, 3 to 5 or whatever comes to your mind. Recommend books that you feel everybody must read, not just for purposes of illumination, but even books that you've just enjoyed or been entertained by, or that make you want to stand on a soapbox and say, hey, read this is great.
I can go first. Since I already spoke so much about William Hazlitt, I do think that his book on Shakespeare is possibly the best thing that I've read, and it actually introduced me to Shakespeare. Before that, I felt Shakespeare was this sort of stuffy guy, because the way in which you encounter Shakespeare in the German education system is through this guy called Schlegel, also known as the inventor of the Proto-Indo-European languages and all that kinds of system, right? So he's the sort of systematic guy, and he discovered Shakespeare, translated it into German, and then really harped on about like the mythical dimension of Shakespeare. So wherever, you could leave the abode of humanity behind and go into a different sphere, Schlegel would do that. And that Shakespeare I didn't really like that much. And with Hazlitt, he really opened up to the humanistic, everyday Shakespeare. So the characters of the play, what were they about? What were their worries? And it remains to me possibly one of the nicest accounts. And the good thing is, it's a book that you can probably download from Google Books because it's in the public domain, and it has been for at least a century. And of course, he comes also against the other big Shakespeare interpretation, because the 19th century was very much about the rediscovery of the genius, and they were all sort of going on about Shakespeare. But the other one would be the Samuel Johnson one, the guy from the dictionary, who also wrote a very meaningful and big interpretation of Shakespeare. But the Hazlitt one is really the one for me, and that I do think everybody should read in order to, at least for me, it opened up the ability to appreciate Shakespeare. The other book that I would recommend is, because we've spoken so much about China, is something that Emily Hahn wrote, that I also mentioned as the American travel writer that I really enjoy reading. And she wrote a book on the Sung sisters. Now, the Sung sisters were 3 women born to a Methodist preacher, who all happened to have very exciting careers. One of them becomes the vice chairman of the Communist Party that rules over the People's Republic. The other one marries Chiang Kai-shek, so becomes Madame Chiang Kai-shek, and goes with the nationalists on the other side. And it's a really, really interesting portrayal of the relationships and the emotional life worlds of those 3 sisters that Emily Hahn writes. It's called The Sung Sisters, which I really think people should read in order to really encapsulate the spirit, the spirit of China at the time, which was one of great transformations, where literally these things could happen, that you could have somebody who's at the highest levels of the Communist Party, and at the same time also closely related to the nationalists. The books that I read more recently that I've really enjoyed, since we've spoken about the Opium War so much, is Empire of Pain by Patrick O'Keefe, or just Patrick Keefe, who's written about the Sackler family and the way in which they accumulated their wealth through the marketing of opium, essentially, as OxyContin in the latest variation. And that book really, for many of the readers, will bring back like the old debate of the opium wars, because essentially many of the arguments that it can be used for, specific purposes initially for recreational purposes, etc., is almost like the same script playing over again, only in a democratic setting, whereas early on it had played on in an imperial setting. It's a book that I greatly enjoyed. And since we're staying with the topic of China, the other one that I really enjoyed reading is The Last Kings of Shanghai. It was written by Jonathan Kaufman. I think he's a Financial Times. He's a journalist who works at the Financial Times, and he essentially wrote a comparative narrative about Baghdadi Jewish families and the way in which these families managed to keep a specific tradition intact while completely opening up to the capitalist forces of the 19th and 20th century. And it's nice because it really begins in Baghdad, where they're sort of advising the Sultan, and then it moves all the way forward to I think it ends in the 1960s or 70s. So it's really a fantastic book because it gives you multiple hundred years of history condensed in one volume. So yeah.
I can't wait to dig into these. Tripurdaman?
Yeah. So before I get into the books, just sort of two quick asides. One was about the narratives, and that was, I think it's something that I've felt quite a lot. Is one of the reasons is that actually a lot of good scholarship and good writing is just simply not available in vernacular languages. And if you're a university student or if you're a kind of journalist in the vernacular languages, etc., it's actually you are never really going to be exposed in any meaningful sense to a lot of writing and scholarship, both about forget about the rest of the world, but even about India. A lot of most of the writing, at least in history and in political theory, is done in English. It's completely inaccessible to the sort of average university student in India. So it's not a surprise that all of these sort of sometimes even when I look at them talking about history, it's a bit like the debates or the kind of intellectual shifts that have happened in the past 70 years have really passed them by. In a way, just because they've all happened in English, and none of them are really available to the vast majority of the Indian public. So I think that's one of the big reasons that a lot of kind of intellectual shifts and arguments are just never make it past the small Chaturati class in India. And then, just because Adeel mentioned Chiang Kai-shek, there's a really funny incident, and Ram Manohar Lohia writes about it in his book, when about the fact that there was once a banquet in Viceroy's house when Chiang Kai-shek visited India, and Lord Linlithgow actually complained about the amount of attention that Madam Chiang Kai-shek was paying Nehru, and he said, disparagingly said, "Oh, Madam only has eyes for her boyfriend." So yeah, there you have it. I think about books. Some of the books that I think recently that I've really read. Top of the list for me, because I keep going back to it all the time, is Zygmunt Bauman's Liquid Modernity. And for me, that's nothing really kind of explains the modern world in the way that Bauman does. He's able to kind of put they're garbled thoughts that I would have about the kind of disjunctures that modernity really creates, and Bauman is able to explain that with such finesse that that's a book that I just keep returning to all the time. The second, I think, and again, I mentioned William Dalrymple again, Dalrymple's Anarchy, and that has by far been the best book in history that I've read in a long time, and by like such a huge distance that I keep it on my bookshelf as a reminder about how history can be written, about how it can be it can be both rigorous and really fascinating. So that I'd say is the second. Something that I really enjoyed recently was Josie Joseph's Silent Coup, mainly because I think it touches on, again, a hugely important and completely neglected subject in India. It's the kind of dark underbelly of the Indian security establishment, which we neither want to admit to nor engage with. Most often, we don't even want to know about it. But I found that both, sort of revealing and disturbing in equal measure. And all credit to Josie for writing it, especially at a time like this when that writing something like this can ruffle feathers. Apart from that, something else it's always a classic in my head is Great Expectations. That's another book that I keep going back to. I love how Dickens can construct that sort of story, and it kind of provokes a lot of thinking and emotion in me. An Indian writer whose writing that I've actually really come to enjoy is Siddharth Dhanvant Sanghvi. And I've read his book, The Lost Flamingos of Bombay, which I really liked. But he came out a couple of years ago with an illustrated book I think it's called The Squirrel and the Rabbit. And the illustrations are beautiful, but it's the writing. It's some of the cleverest writing that I've ever read, and I found it profoundly moving. It looks like a children's book, but it's anything but. And I found the writing, very lyrical, very algaic, very moving. And actually, if someone was to quiz me on what's the best book that I read in the last sort of 3, 4 years, 5 years, I would definitely pick that. I've given about 10 of them its presence, and it's possibly the best book that I've read in the last few years.
Wow, fantastic suggestions. I think I'm going to spend the rest of tonight just kind of getting these books and beginning to read. So, guys, thank you so much for your patience. It's been great. I love reading your book. I hope hope to continue reading your books for many, many years to come. So, more power to you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having us, Amit.
Yeah, thank you for having us, Amit. Absolute pleasure.
If you enjoyed listening to this episode, head on over to your nearest bookstore, online or offline, and pick up Nehru, The Debates That Defined India by Tripurdaman Singh and Adeel Hussain. You can follow Tripurdaman on Twitter at Tripurdaman. You can follow Adeel at AdeelH693. You can follow me at Amit Varma, AmitVarma. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.